Chapter 4692. Screech. Roar. Along with the earth-shattering screech and roar, this vast corner of the void was shaken. The two supreme masters of the ancients attacked at the same time, and the scene was too shocking. In this fragment of the void, no one had seen such a shocking scene for a very long time. On the left side, the azure sky rock was billions of feet long, and a large amount of green mist gushed out of its body. The wind and clouds rolled and covered this corner of the void, trapping the entire battlefield. The soul-stirring sound of flapping wings filled the sky, and the entire void that was shrouded in green mist trembled slightly. Countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the void. They were like green goose feathers drifting in the air, blotting out the sun and covering a part of the firmament. On the right side, the nine-headed blood dragon, who was only 10,000 feet long, punched out as it stretched out its claws. It seemed to be very simple, but it was the full blow of the supreme master of the ancients. As he made his move, an energy blood dragon that was more than 10,000 times larger and connected the sky to the earth roared out. Even a corner of the void collapsed due to its earth-shattering roar. Demonic rock seals the sky. Demonic blood dragon fist. At this moment, the strongest bloodline divine ability of the Azure Rock clan and Bloodworm clan were executed at the same time, and they attacked the Starsky ferocious ape from the left and right respectively. Yi Xian had seen these two bloodline powers back then, when he fought with the Taoists of the Blood Flood Dragon and Azure Rock clans. He'd felt the powerful might of these two bloodline abilities. Unfortunately, although they were strong, they weren't affected by Yi Xian at all. Now, although the same bloodline power was displayed by the supreme master of the ancients, it was far more powerful than when the Taoists of the two clans used it. But at the same time, Yi Xian was no longer the Yi Xian of the past. At this moment, although he was facing two powerful supreme masters of the ancients at the same time, he was not surprised at all. Both the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were only at the first order of the ancients. Although his realm had stabilized, he had only just entered this realm. But it was different for Yi Xian. With the ninth transformation of the Nine Devil Ape Transformation's bloodline ability, his battle prowess had reached the third-order Venerable Huang realm, and this was without taking into account the 60-million-mile-long body's boundless energy and blood, which boosted his battle prowess by one level. If Yi Xian withdrew the Blood Sea secret technique and revealed his 60-million-li-long true body, his battle prowess would rise to the fourth-order Venerable Desolate realm, and he would be even stronger after stepping into the fourth-order Venerable Desolate realm. However, that was completely unnecessary. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that even if he possessed the battle strength of a mid-stage fourth-order Desolate Venerable, and used the Blood Sea mystic technique to create 3 Blood Sea avatars that possessed the terrifying battle strength of a fourth-order Desolate Venerable, he would still not be able to do so. However, in a 3 versus 2 situation, he was still unable to kill the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock today. Desolate Venerables were not so easy to kill. When one's cultivation reached this level, there were too many life-saving methods. Unless it was a late-stage 7th-order Desolate Venerable, otherwise, even a mid-stage 7th-order Desolate Venerable would not be able to kill an early-stage Desolate Venerable. There was no possibility of killing them. That was why so many Primordial Supremes and even Primordial Supremes were only seriously injured instead of dying in the Great War that destroyed the untainted world. That was the reason why so many Primordial Supremes and even Primordial Supremes had survived and remained dormant until now. Of course, if Yi Xian really wanted to kill the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock, he could still use the fallen sky bow to do so. However, to use it, he would need to use his full strength. In this way, he only had one chance to attack. Even if he succeeded in killing one opponent, the remaining one would be a huge problem. Instead, it would cause Yi Xian himself to fall into a difficult situation. That would be unwise. Anyway, these two guys could not do anything to him. In the future, there would be opportunities to kill them when they were alone. Therefore, Yi Xian was not in a hurry today. What's more, if he killed the nine-headed blood dragon or the azure sky great rock in public, the fallen sky bow in his hand would be exposed. This was not what Yi Xian wanted to see. There were two aspects. First, when Yi Xian was in the 3 main planes of the starry sky, Yi Xian had used the fallen sky bow before. Although this was not his unique secret skill, It originated from the desolate ancient Wuxia. However, if Yi Xian used it in public now, it would most likely attract suspicion. Heart. He did not want to expose his identity now, so it was best not to do so. Second, as the end of the desolate world approached, those desolate venerables who had been dormant would probably appear more and more. Previously, there was the void giant tortoise. Now, there was the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock. This was evidence. It could be imagined that in the near future, whether it was in this fragment of the desolate world or in the wider primordial world, there would definitely be more and more desolate venerables. With Yi Xian's style of doing things and the huge lineup of the magic hall, whether it was active or passive, Yi Xian would inevitably interact with these powerful desolate venerables in the near future, and even conflict would break out. Under such circumstances, he obviously should not reveal all of his trump cards now. As a supreme killing ability, the Fallen Sky Bow could be used as a trump card and would be used at the most critical moment in the future. But today, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock had taken the initiative to kill him. This was a serious provocation to the dignity of the magic hall. Although there was no way to kill these two old fellows here for the time being, they could avoid death, but they could not escape punishment. It just so happened that Yi Xian had just broken through once, so he could use these two old fellows as whetstones to practice with. He could quickly integrate the gains from his previous breakthrough into his own body. Since that was the case, then there was no need to use the big-headed black stick again. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately waved his hand. Swish! Boom! With his terrifying strength as a third-stage desolate venerable, he seemed to have casually waved his hand, but in fact, he had fully activated the power in his body. As an invisible majestic force surged out, the green energy feathers that covered the sky and earth from the left side of the void instantly collapsed. He did this to resolve the crisis of the forbidden land of rising sun behind him. Otherwise, if the azure sky great rock was allowed to attack, the terrifying power of the demonic rock sealing the heavens would definitely sweep in and affect countless stars in the forbidden land of rising Sunday disastrous. Chapter 4693. Bang! The speed of a third-stage desolate venerable was naturally so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Not to mention the countless experts from various clans and forces who were watching from afar, even the Azure Sky Rock, who was also a supreme desolate venerable, was caught off guard. It avoided the attack of the violent ape. An earth-shattering bang was heard. The terrifying figure of the Azure Sky Rock, which was hundreds of millions of feet long, seemed to have been hit head-on by a piece of heaven and earth. Its momentum came to an abrupt halt, and after a sudden pause, it immediately flew backwards. This scene was too strange. Everyone who saw it had a strange expression on their faces. On one side was the Azure Sky Rock, which was hundreds of millions of feet long. Although it could not be compared to the terrifying figure of Yi Xian's ninth transformation of 60 million miles long, nor could it be compared to the giant void tortoise, it was still large enough. On the other side, it was only a violent ape of stars that was only about 10 feet tall. When the two figures were compared, it was like the difference between a towering mountain and a speck of dust. However, at this moment, when the two figures came into contact, the violent ape of stars that was as small as a speck of dust seemed to be completely fine. As for the Azure Sky Rock that was as large as a towering mountain, its entire body flew backwards uncontrollably in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian had used all his strength in this attack. The full strength attack of a third-stage desolate venerable was not that easy to bear. The Azure Sky Rock opened its mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. It sprinkled in the void, and along the way, there was a rain of blood. At this moment, the entire void was silent. Then, at the end of the void in the distance, among the experts from various clans and forces who were watching the battle, some figures flew out. It was said that the timid would starve to death, and the bold would be stuffed to death. These figures that flew out were obviously the latter. And the reason why they rushed out was none other than to collect the majestic rain of blood that was scattered along the way when the Azure Sky Rock flew backwards. This was the precious blood of the Supreme Desolate Venerable. Whether it was the ferocious beasts of stars or the survivors of the Desolate Venerable, it was a supreme treasure. Similarly, it was the same for the experts from the three main planes of the starry sky. They could be used to refine some elixirs. This was a rare opportunity because normally, not to mention the precious blood of the Desolate Supreme, not even the shadow of the Desolate Supreme could be seen. Even in the first universe's root of all evil star domain, as well as in the abyss of sin in the Chaos World Fragment Void, there would occasionally be ancient Desolate Supremacy remains in remote areas. However, those corpses had either died a long time ago, causing the energy in their precious blood and flesh to dissipate, making it meaningless, or because their bloodline was special. Even if they died, the energy in their bodies would not dissipate, and the pressure would be too strong, making it impossible to receive. Close. How could there be such a good thing like this? There was no need to pay such a high price. As long as they had the courage to charge out, they would be able to grab the supreme blood from the void, of course. This kind of action was undoubtedly a rude offense to the owner of the blood, the Azure Sky Rock. If it was any other time, no one would dare to do this. Even if it was the blood arrow spat out by the Azure Sky Rock, it was still related to the existence of the Desolate Supreme level. Naturally, it was not something that any ant could touch. But now, the Azure Sky Rock was too busy to care about anything else. The nine-headed blood flood dragon and the ferocious master of the magic hall were even more so. The opportunity could be said to be fleeting. After this village, there would be no such shop for a moment. There was a trace of chaos in the void. A large number of starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors rushed out, collecting the desolate supreme blood that was scattered in the void at the edge of the battlefield. The scene was extremely lively for a moment. Everyone expected that the Azure Sky Rock would not care about this matter for the time being. They were fighting for opportunities. In reality, this was indeed the case. In just a few breaths of time, the precious blood sprinkling down from the sky was completely absorbed. Although the Azure Sky Great Peng only spat out a single blood arrow, its body was now millions of zhang long. It was like a star, so even if it was only a single blood arrow, even if it was just a blood arrow, it was enough to benefit many starry sky experts. There were at least tens of thousands of such bold fellows, and more or less all of them had gained something. After a few breaths of time, all the starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors who had attacked all returned to the crowd, unharmed. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other existences, in an instant, even more people were moved. Those fellows who had missed the opportunity were all breathing rapidly. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyes were faintly emitting a green light. Their faces were filled with expressions. Their expressions were even more expectant. They were all waiting for the next round of blood rain to fall. Roar! At this time, the nine-headed blood flood dragon had already arrived at Yi Xian's side. It raised its head and roared. Its body was only about 3,000 feet long, and it walked forward with a punch. Although its body was not big, in fact, behind the nine-headed blood flood dragon's head, there was a huge blood flood dragon phantom. It was the same as the Azure Sky Rock, hundreds of millions of feet long. As the nine-headed blood flood dragon punched out, the huge blood flood dragon phantom behind its head also opened its 9 heads at the same time, biting towards Yi Xian. At this time, the violent ape was only about 10 feet tall. The dragon scale on the 9 heads of the blood flood dragon phantom was countless times larger than him. The 9 huge flood dragon heads came at the same time. In the blink of an eye, one of them swallowed the violent ape whole. This scene was so shocking that it fell into the eyes of the starry sky experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors who were watching the battle from afar in the surrounding void. Everyone was stunned at the same time. Then, under the great change of expression, countless exclamations instantly surged like a tide. What? The master of the magic hall was swallowed in one gulp? This is the strongest magical power of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, called the Blood Flood Dragon Demonic Fist. With a punch, the power of the bloodline evolves into a terrifying Blood Flood Dragon. The 9 heads control 9 different types of energy, and its power is extremely powerful. Now that the master of the magic hall has been swallowed by one of the heads, it is obviously not good. He must have been ravaged by the corresponding type of energy. Even if he doesn't die, I'm afraid he will be seriously injured. Even if he is only seriously injured, for the significance of this battle. What is the difference between being killed on the spot and being killed on the spot? Don't forget, he is facing two powerful primordial sovereigns this time. Although their cultivation is not as good as him, after all, they came from a long time ago. They are ancient existences who have lived from the end of the desolate era to the present. Their foundation is too deep. On the other hand, this violent ape has never been heard of in the distant desolate era. He must be a powerhouse born in the present era. Although his talent is heaven-defying and he has cultivated to the third-order desolate realm, his foundation is too weak after all. He doesn't have enough battle experience, so he underestimated the enemy for a while. Chapter 4694. As expected, what bullsh** T desolate venerable. This guy is simply a fake. Although he does have the terrifying combat strength of a third-order desolate venerable, it was raised by a secret technique. His temperament and experience are not enough to support this level of power. A small mistake and he will lose his footing in an instant. Along with the exclamations in the distant void, the nine-headed blood dragon, who had swallowed the violent ape with the giant flood dragon phantom behind his head, had a complacent look on his face. His divine sense voice sounded out, full of disdain and ridicule. This kind of flashy but impractical existence, not to mention one-on-one. This senior can fight 3 or 5 of him and kill them all. Bam! Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Behind the nine-headed blood dragon's head, the blood dragon's phantom, which was the same size as the azure sky rock's body, was like a star. The existence in the middle of the 9 heads, which was the one that swallowed the violent ape in one gulp, suddenly exploded without any warning. This was not the 9-headed blood dragon's main body. It was just a phantom, but it was condensed from the 9-headed blood dragon's bloodline talent. At this moment, one of the 9 heads exploded, instantly affecting the 9-headed blood dragon's body, causing his body to tremble violently. As his expression changed drastically, the middle of the 9 heads of his main body instantly spat out a blood arrow, shooting forward. It shot forward. 9 heads and 9 mouths, no wonder he's so good at bragging. At practically the exact same moment, the ferocious ape that was swallowed earlier walked out in an extremely leisurely manner from the head of this phantom that had exploded apart, and the voice of his divine sense resounded out, revealing undisguised ridicule. Bang! Before the 9-headed blood dragon could react, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. He suddenly threw a punch and ruthlessly smashed below one of the 9 heads of the 9-headed blood dragon. A woo! Puffed! A long, mournful howl sounded like a wolf's howl. The 9-headed blood dragon's body, which was only about 10,000 feet long, instantly turned into a bloody light and blasted toward the direction where the azure rock flew backward. Yi Xian had also used all his strength in this punch. Although he did not directly explode the head of the 9-headed blood dragon, a huge bump appeared on its head. As his body flew backward, the 9-headed blood dragon, who was howling miserably, spat out another arrow of blood. All of this had been planned out by Yi Xian. At this moment, as the azure sky rock and the 9-headed blood dragon were sent flying by his punch one after another, these 2 old fellows were already tens of billions of miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. With a shake of its shoulders, it instantly rushed towards that area. That was where he had chosen for the upcoming battle. Due to the distance, no matter how intense the battle was, the aftermath of the battle would not affect the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Almost at the same time that Yi Xian rushed towards the area where the azure rock and the 9-headed blood dragon were flying backward, in the surrounding void, those starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who were watching the battle from afar instantly appeared one after another. Then, a figure rushed out. Just now, the 9-headed blood dragon spat out 2 arrows of blood in succession. This was also the precious blood of the desolate venerable. All the starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who rushed out were here to collect the precious blood. Unfortunately, although the 9-headed blood dragon spat out 2 arrows of blood in succession, in order to make it more convenient for him to use the bloodline ability of the blood dragon demon fist, his current body size was not too big, only about 10,000 feet. His entire body size was only 10,000 feet, and his head was at most a few hundred feet. How big was the blood arrow that he spat out? Not to mention pouring down like rain in the void. If one did not pay attention, it would be difficult to find the scattered traces of the precious blood in such a long distance in such a vast void. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who rushed out. Compared to the number of people who were alarmed when the azure rock spat out a blood arrow and turned into a rain of blood that scattered over a large area of the void, it was nearly 10 times more. This kind of scene could not be described by the words, "Too many monks and too little porridge." It was so embarrassing that it made people speechless. In the void, these starry sky experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who rushed out were squeezing their heads in order to compete for the precious blood of the desolate venerable. Their eyes emitted green light, and they quickly fought. In an instant, angry roars and roars sounded like a tide, and there were even some existences who were cursing loudly. The object of their curses was clearly the precious blood of the desolate venerable, who spat out 2 arrows of blood in succession and left in the void. However, it was far inferior to the azure rock. Tiandapeng's 9-headed blood dragon, although he was a powerful primordial supreme, he was now entangled with the master of the magic hall. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage, so he had no time to pay attention to this side. In addition, there were so many people talking, so it was difficult to distinguish who was cursing loudly in a short time. Curse. This kind of opportunity was rare. Although he did not have the strength to fight with the 9-headed blood dragon, it was naturally an extremely satisfying thing to curse a powerful primordial supreme in public. It was also not to be missed. Roar! Roar! Screech! At this moment, the azure sky rock and the 9-headed blood dragon, who were sent flying by Yi Xian's punch, were barely able to disperse the majestic power of this punch, and their bodies stabilized in the void. The azure sky rock was fine when he suddenly heard the curses, but the 9-headed blood dragon was so angry that his body trembled. As he raised his head and roared, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood again. At this moment, his entire mind was a little muddled. He did not understand what was going on in this era. He was a powerful desolate venerable who had lived from the end of the desolate era to the current era. He was the dignified ancestor of the blood dragon clan, but now he was being attacked by a group of ants who were not even at the level of the desolate era. He cursed loudly, and it was not just 1 or 2. Listening to this sound, it was clearly a tide of curses. For the sake of a mouthful of old blood. These guys, did they all want to die? Roar. Awesome. But this is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. 2 consecutive punches had sent 2 powerful primordial sovereigns flying. Even for Yi Xian, such a battle record and experience was unprecedented. At this moment, his heart was surging with emotions, and a sense of heroism roared and surged in his chest. As he turned into a ray of light and shot over, he closed in on the azure sky rock and the 9-headed blood dragon that had just stabilized their bodies. The voice of Yi Xian's divine sense sounded again, invisibly enveloping the entire vast and boundless void. Come, 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 cut the crap. Let's fight again. 300 rounds. Those 2 punches just now were just a warm-up for me. It's not easy to find 2 tough guys who can take a beating. Today I must play to my heart's content. Don't be too weak. You must hold on for a while longer. Chapter 4695. Boom! Rumble! Bang! In the void, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The violent ape punched the 9-headed blood serpent's abdomen, sending him flying into the sky. One of the serpent's heads suddenly opened and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was a supreme primordial, he was only at the first stage of the supreme primordial realm. Facing a powerful 3rd stage desolate venerable, it was expected that he would be crushed. At this moment, the 9-headed blood serpent's heart was completely broken. Previously, the reason why he decided to rush to this void fragment immediately was partly because his only direct descendant, the Crown Prince Serpent, had been killed and he was furious. But on the other hand, it was also because after the Crown Prince Serpent was killed, the divine soul mark he left in his body contained some information about the attacker. From that information, the nine-headed blood serpent analyzed that the starry sky violent ape that killed the crown prince serpent was not a supreme primordial at all. Its desolate, venerable cultivation was increased by some kind of bloodline secret technique. Therefore, although the starry sky violent ape had the battle strength of a second-stage supreme primordial realm when it killed the crown prince serpent, the nine-headed blood serpent still did not take it seriously. In his opinion, this kind of bloodline secret technique that was used to increase one's cultivation strength had a certain time limit or flaw. For example, the Battle Lion clan's 9 changes of the Wild Lion bloodline ability could increase one's cultivation strength by 9 small stages under the 9th change. But this kind of increase also had a certain time limit. As an ally of the blood-devouring Battle Lion for many years, the nine-headed blood serpent was naturally very clear about this. In this case, even if he was alone, it was enough to deal with the starry sky violent ape, let alone with the help of the azure sky rock. It could be said that before seeing the starry sky violent ape and starting this battle, both the nine-headed blood serpent and the azure sky rock were extremely confident that they could kill the starry sky violent ape in this battle. After all, as long as the time limit of the opponent's bloodline secret technique was over, the starry sky violent ape's cultivation strength would plummet. At most, it would be at the supreme primordial realm. Either one of them could easily kill it. However, reality was often not what one wanted. It was impossible for them to know about the bloodline ability of the war lion race's 9 berserk lion transformations. After Yi Xian changed it into the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he had already perfectly mended all the flaws in this bloodline ability. The time limit for increasing one's strength only existed in the 9 changes of the berserk lion. This problem did not exist in the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Moreover, none of them had expected that Bao Yuan, who was originally a second-order venerable realm expert, would actually break through to the third-order venerable realm in a short span of 3 months. In this way, the gap in strength between them and the violent ape was instantly widened. This resulted in the 2 of them being brutally beaten by the other party even though they had joined hands. They could only defend and did not have the ability to retaliate. Bao Yuan, this sovereign does not believe that the desolate supremacy cultivation you raised using a secret technique can be maintained like this. It must have a certain time limit. Who knows, it might be the next second. Die! Swish! Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, as the 9-headed blood flood dragon was once again blasted flying by Yi Xian's punch and retreated 5 billion kilometers, the azure sky rock that was hundreds of millions of meters in size also fell into a frenzy. It raised its head and let out a violent roar. The voice of its divine sense was filled with unwillingness. At the same time, a large amount of green mist gushed out from its huge body. The wind and clouds rolled, covering a corner of the void, trapping the entire battlefield, covering tens of billions of miles at this moment. The soul-stirring sound of flapping wings filled the air, and the entire area shrouded in green mist began to tremble slightly. Countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the void. They were like green goose feathers fluttering in the air, covering the sky and the sun. They all blasted toward the violent ape. This kind of scattered attack is useful against existences weaker than you. Unfortunately, this king doesn't care about it at all. Facing the overwhelming green feather phantasms, the violent ape curled its lips. As the voice of divine sense was transmitted, it shook its shoulder, stretched its right arm, and instantly blasted toward the azure rock. When the azure rock used this bloodline ability, the reason why Yi Xian blocked it was because the battlefield at that time was too close to the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. He was a little worried that the residual power of the demonic rock sealing the heavens bloodline ability would affect his subordinates in the rising sun forbidden land. But now, the battlefield of the 3 of them was more than 50 billion miles away from the edge of the rising sun forbidden land. There was no need to worry about this at all. With the strength of the physical body of the violent ape, its cultivation strength was not as good as his azure rocks. He could almost ignore some of the power bombardment. Now, this kind of scattered attack was naturally even more meaningless. Puff, 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 puff. And that was indeed the case. At this moment, as the countless green feather phantasms that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot over, the violent ape completely ignored them. As he swung his fist, it was unknown how many feather phantasms landed on his body. The muffled sound was like raindrops, resounding endlessly. However, the violent ape's figure was not affected at all. To him, these green feather phantasms could not break through his defense at all. They could not even scratch off a piece of his skin. At most, they could only cut off some of his ape hair. Boom! Bam! Lift! Almost in the next moment, the violent ape, who had shot out at an extremely fast speed, had already arrived in front of the great azure sky rock. With a punch, it instantly sent the great azure sky rock flying backwards once again. This attack used all of its strength. The azure rock that was sent flying opened its mouth and spat out another blood arrow. It was like a heavy rain that sprinkled in the void. In the distance, the eyes of the various experts, fierce beasts, and survivors who had just finished snatching the small amount of desolate venerable's blood that was scattered by the 2 blood arrows spat out by the 9-headed blood dragon instantly turned green when they saw this scene. Unfortunately, this bloody battlefield was now enveloped by the endless green energy feathers formed by the demonic rock sealing the heaven's bloodline ability that the azure rock had previously used. It was too dangerous. They didn't dare to approach at all. They could only stay in the distant void and watch as the precious blood rained down from the sky. Their faces were pained as they wrung their wrists and stomped their feet. Huh? Chapter 4696. Roar. Screech. Almost as soon as Yi Xian turned his head, a unicorn's roar and a demon crocodile's roar resounded through the sky, shaking this vast and boundless untainted land fragment void. Then, 2 clear and crisp sounds came from the end of the void in front of them on the right. Hiss, hiss. In an incomparably quiet void of the universe, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came. 2 huge black cracks were torn open in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. 2 figures stepped out of them one after another, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was actually at the terrifying primordial supreme realm. This scene was seen by the experts, the ferocious beasts of the universe, and the survivors of the primordial era on the distant battleships. In an instant, a large wave of gasps was heard. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their minds were buzzing. They were completely frightened. The figures that rushed out of these 2 void cracks were all ferocious beasts of the universe, and they were ancient legendary existences. One was a blood-red unicorn, and the other was a 9-secret demon crocodile. Their bodies were tens of millions of feet long. Although they were not too big and looked smaller than the Cyan Skyrock, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was definitely not something that the Cyan Skyrock and the 9-headed blood dragon could compare to. These 2 powerful primordial supreme masters were actually at level 3 of the primordial era, which was the same cultivation as the master of the magic hall who was beating the Cyan Skyrock and the 9-headed blood dragon. In fact, it wasn't just the other people watching from afar. Even Yi Xian had an expression of shock on his face when he saw these 2 fellows appear. He naturally knew these 2 blood-red unicorn and 9-secret demon crocodile. Back in the origin of all-evil star area of the first universe, Yi Xian had used the all-evil poison to harm several existences at the other end of the netherworld furnace rune chain, including them. At that time, the 9-headed blood dragon had also been harmed. Because his cultivation was only at the remote antiquity realm, no matter how angry he had no choice but to go to the source of all evil star area. However, the bloody unicorn and the 9 serenities demon crocodile each sent out an energy clone, which descended on the netherworld cauldron's rune chains. At that time, if it wasn't for the headless corpse that had transformed into a corpse lantern tattoo and attached to Yi Xian's left chest releasing a wisp of heat that concealed Yi Xian's figure and aura, he would have suffered a tragic fate. Later on, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile's energy clones searched for a while but to no avail. They vented their frustrations in the root of all evil star field and left. Since then, Yi Xian had never seen them again. Who would have thought that they would suddenly meet again in the void of this fragment of the untainted world? These 2 old guys, like the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, were ancient existences that had lived from the distant untainted world to the present. However, when the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock participated in the untainted world war, it was already the end of the untainted world. The war was almost over. Moreover, at that time they were only at the late antiquity realm and were not the main battle force of that untainted world war. They didn't even participate in the real core battle. However, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile were different. Yi Xian vaguely remembered that there was information related to them in the inherited images of the fallen sky bow and other bloodline abilities. In the images of that untainted world war, he had seen the bloody unicorn in the enemy camp. At that time, it was fighting with the giant golden dragon. As for the 9 gloom demon crocodile, he didn't pay attention to it. However, judging from the attitude of these two old guys, the 9 gloom demon crocodile was obviously not weaker than the bloody unicorn. In other words, these two were terrifying existences that could be evenly matched with the golden divine dragon. If their cultivation strength was restored to its peak state, they could definitely destroy this entire star field with a thought. After all, the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, the desolate Wuxia, and so on were all existences at the peak of the 9th order of the ancients. These two bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile could fight with existences at the level of the golden divine dragon. If their peak cultivation had not reached the peak of the 9th order of the ancients, they would definitely be desolate masters at the 7th or 8th order of the ancients. Yi Xian definitely could not deal with existences at this level. Even if he only encountered one of them, he could only immediately turn around and flee. Unfortunately, the wounds left by the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile in that untainted world war had obviously not healed yet. This was what it was supposed to be. Even the void tortoise, which was known for its amazing defensive power, had only recovered to the 7th or 8th order of the desolate master when it appeared in the untainted world war. The injuries suffered by the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile were obviously more serious. It was precisely because of this that the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was only at the 3rd order of the ancients, which was the peak of the early desolate master stage. Since this was the case for Yi Xian, even if these two powerful ancient existences descended at the same time, he had nothing to fear. However, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile had no enmity with him. Even if Yi Xian had used the rune chains of the netherworld furnace to harm them in the source of all evil star field, these two old guys did not know about it. Therefore, although they didn't know why they'd suddenly descended into this void fragment of the great desolate world, if it wasn't necessary, Yi Xian didn't want to take the initiative to provoke them. Of course, he was not afraid of them, but after all, he had the forbidden land of rising behind him. Now, in this untainted world fragment void, he already had two desolate master opponents, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure skyrock. There was really no need to make another strong enemy. Unfortunately, although he did not want to provoke the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile, others obviously did not think so. At this time, as the figure completely descended into this untainted world fragment void, the bloody unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile at the end of the untainted world fragment void in front of the left side of the untainted world fragment void actually turned their heads to look at the place where the battle was taking place. Under the bloody light bursting out of their eyes, two incomparably deep divine sense voices came instantly, revealing an endless murderous aura, instantly enveloping the endless vast void. I accidentally passed by, because I sensed the aura of the battle between the desolate masters. Out of curiosity, I temporarily stopped and descended here. I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. Those two little guys, I seem to have seen them at the end of the battle. I didn't expect that after countless years, they had also broken through to the desolate master stage, which is very gratifying. Chapter 4697. I just happened to pass by, but I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. Those two little fellows, I seem to have seen them at the end of that big battle back then. They actually broke through to the desolate supremacy realm. Unfortunately, although their luck is not bad, their fighting strength is really speechless. Two real primordial supremes are being beaten up by a mighty violent ape who has been raised to this level by a secret technique. Forget it, forget it. Since we are on the same side, I will help you today. I will kill this ape. Along the way, following the arrival, the crimson unicorn and the 9 phantom demon crocodile's voice sounded at this moment, revealing an endless sense of disdain. They did not put Yi Xian in their eyes at all. Even killing him was said to be a matter of convenience. This wasn't just an ordinary level of arrogance. He was relying too much on his seniority, and was even a little brainless. It was as if he'd forgotten that their current cultivation was only at the same level as Yi Xian, who was at the 3rd level of the desolate sovereign. At this moment, with these extremely unfriendly, or even extremely rude voice of the consciousness, the ape's face instantly darkened. Under the flash of the crimson light in his eyes, an extremely strong killing intent burst out from his body. Aren't they just two third-order desolate masters? As long as he used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, even if he could not suppress them, it would not be a problem for him to fight evenly with them head-on. In fact, as long as Yi Xian was willing to pay the price and use the Heavenly Fallen Bow and other supreme divine abilities, or the divine Nong Nine-colored flames, he would be able to heavily injure or even kill these two old fellows who relied on their seniority, of course. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, Yi Xian wouldn't have made such a decision. At his current level, no matter how angry he was, his emotions wouldn't be in chaos. He still had to preserve the trump cards that he should preserve. It's actually Lord Blood Unicorn and Lord Demon Crocodile. At the end of the great battle in the Desolate Era, the two of us were only powerful people in the Desolate Era. Across the distant void, we have seen the two lords' supreme grace. At this moment, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, who had been sent flying over 10 billion miles away by Yi Xian's punch, had already stabilized themselves in the void. After calming down the surging qi and blood in their hearts, the two of them subconsciously turned to look at the void behind them. When they saw that the people who suddenly appeared here were actually the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile, the two were stunned at the same time. Then, their faces showed excitement, and their voices were instantly heard. Two lords, please take action. There is something strange about this violent ape. It is only a desolate ancient almighty, but it has used some kind of secret technique to forcefully raise its combat strength to rank 3 desolate sovereign. The crux of the matter is that this secret technique doesn't seem to have a time limit. In addition, the two of us just broke through not too long ago. That's why such an awkward situation has occurred. Fortunately, both of you unexpectedly descended here. This is Bao Yuan's bad luck, and he's bound to perish here today. As these voices were heard, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock in the void on the right in front of them all stood up and respectfully bowed to the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile at the end of the void on the left. Although they had now stepped into the desolate sovereign realm, they were self-aware. In front of the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile, they didn't dare to have the self-esteem of peers. After all, when they were still in the late stage of the Desolate Era, the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile were already generals under the heavenly Dao Qin Yan. Their cultivation strength had reached rank 8 Desolate Sovereign, and they could fight against the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Tortoise in the enemy camp. A few of the most powerful existences, such as the desolate ancient Yuxia, fought head-on. Even if he was suppressed and couldn't gain the slightest advantage, to the extent that he could only parry and was unable to fight back, it was still a head-on battle after all. The same scene, if it were them, even now they were far from being able to do it. Moreover, although the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile had not recovered to the peak of rank 8 Desolate Sovereign Realm, they were at least rank 3 Desolate Sovereign Realm. It was far from what they could compare to. This was a real rank 3 Desolate Sovereign Realm, and it had existed longer than the two of them. It was definitely from the early middle of the Desolate Era to the current era. Even though they were only at the third-order Desolate Realm, if they were to really fight, taking into account their battle experience and rich foundation, their real battle strength was probably not even the monstrous Star Violent Apes match. Not to mention, although they were only at the third-order Desolate Realm now, the increase in the strength of the others' cultivation was merely a recovery, but if they wanted to increase their strength again, they would have to rely on the accumulation of cultivation bit by bit. The speed of the two was completely different. Maybe the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile would soon recover to the peak of rank 8 Desolate Sovereign Realm, while they were still rank 1 Desolate Sovereigns. All of this together was enough to clear their minds and make them consider themselves as juniors. And this attitude was obviously very useful to the Crimson Unicorn and the Nine-Hell Demon Crocodile. The two old guys showed a satisfied smile on their faces. After turning their heads and exchanging a look, their shoulders shook, and they immediately rushed toward the void where the violent ape was standing. At the same time, there was also their divine sense voice full of endless disdain. "Little guy, I'll give you a chance. If you surrender and hand over the secret technique, I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, when the two of us join forces, will definitely annihilate you in an instant, leaving only a strand of your soul for us to search. The secret technique in your hands won't be able to escape and will fall into our hands. Seeing this scene, the experts, countless space beasts, and the survivors of the desolate ancient era who were watching the battle from afar all changed their expressions wildly. As they gasped, a series of exclamations filled with endless horror sounded like a tide. Rise! Hiss! Two powerful rank 3 desolate sovereigns actually attacked at the same time. This time, the master of the magic hall is clearly going to have a tragic ending. Indeed, there is no suspense. Not to mention that his current rank 3 desolate sovereign cultivation strength is very likely to be like what the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock said, forcefully raised by some kind of secret technique. Even if that's not the case with 1 against 1. Under the 2 of them, the master of the magic hall is definitely not a match for these 2 ancient existences. That's right, back then, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9-hell demon crocodile were both rank 8 desolate sovereigns. Even if they haven't recovered to their peak cultivation, their battle experience and foundation are still there. Chapter 46-98. In the void, as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9-hell demon crocodile rushed towards the violent ape, exclamations sounded like a tide. The starry sky powerhouses, space beasts, and desolation survivors were all shocked. None of them were optimistic about Yi Xian, and they were certain that he would meet a tragic end today. In order to avoid being caught in the crossfire, these powerhouses who were watching the battle from afar quickly retreated amidst the tide of exclamations. They couldn't wait to leave this place as soon as possible. All of this Yi Xian didn't care at all. At this time, he was still tens of billions of miles away from the Crimson Unicorn and the 9-hell demon crocodile, but he didn't immediately jump up to meet them. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back, waiting for them to exhaust themselves. When the 2 old guys were more than 10 billion miles away, Yi Xian activated the power in his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of breaking air rang out, and the violent ape's entire body collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, covering a large area of the void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately after, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and howls. In the boundless sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. This time, they were no longer 10 feet tall but 60 million miles long. Each of them was comparable to a giant star. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons, but they were not merged together, but separated. In this way, there was no need to worry about the experts from the 3 main starry sky planes noticing the clues and becoming suspicious. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars. The second was a skeleton without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The third was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog, and even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, looking very strange. In just a few breaths' time, the 3 blood sea avatars were formed. The aura emitting from their bodies indicated that they were all 3rd-order venerables. However, his true battle strength was augmented by the boundless chi and blood in his huge body, allowing him to reach the level of a 4th-stage desolate supremacy. This scene fell into the eyes of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9-hell demon crocodile, causing the 2 old fellows to gasp and cry out involuntarily. Blood Sea secret technique? Wasn't this the bloodline ability of the Blood Sea Demon Lord? Why would it appear on this starry sky violent ape? Furthermore, he has even condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, each of which has the same strength as his original cultivation. This clearly shows that he has long completely comprehended the Blood Sea secret technique and the power of his clones. This is definitely not an incomplete secret technique that has been lost to the outside world, but a complete one. It's simply unimaginable. Not only does he have the Blood Sea secret technique, but he also has a secret technique similar to the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion to increase his strength. What is the origin of this violent ape? These are all the most powerful secret techniques of the Desolate Era. Even if you master one of them, you can enjoy it endlessly after comprehending it thoroughly. This violent ape has two of them by himself. The crux of the matter is that these two top-rate divine abilities and secret techniques originally didn't belong to the Starsky ferocious ape race, and they were in the possession of extremely formidable existences that weren't inferior to you and me. How could this ferocious ape obtain such important secret techniques from them? Roar! Before the cries of the scarlet unicorn and the 9 hell demon crocodile fell, the 3 blood sea avatars in the vast sea of blood more than 10 billion miles away had already raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar. Immediately after, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense resounded throughout the entire space. So what if there are 2 more desolate supremacies? Come, come, come. I will fight the 4 of you alone. Under the power of the blood sea secret technique, even if it is only 3 against 4, I can still defeat you. Roar. Too arrogant, too domineering. When these 2 voices were heard, the experts, the starry sky beasts, and the survivors of the desolate era who were retreating in a hurry immediately stopped retreating as if it was a conditioned reflex. They turned their heads and looked at each other. They were shocked. Immediately after, everyone who finally regained their senses suddenly exclaimed, "What happened? Why is there suddenly such a vast and endless sea of blood?" The blood sea secret technique. This is the blood sea secret technique. Legend has it that, in the distant desolate era, there was a powerful desolate era supreme called the Blood Sea Demon Monarch. The Blood Sea secret technique was his strongest ability. It is said that he could change the size of the Blood Sea Demon Monarch as he wished. It was a terrifying sea of blood. It was so small that it could condense into a weak blood light, and no matter how big or small it was, it would not affect one's cultivation strength, and it could change in myriad ways. What's even more heaven-defying is that the Blood Sea secret technique has a layer of doppelganger power. If you comprehend it thoroughly, you can condense 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers in the Blood Sea. Each doppelganger has the same cultivation strength as the original. It's like 1 splitting into 3. A certain powerful existence's 1 chi into 3 pure one's ability is equally matched. So that's how it is. It seems that the final result of this battle is difficult to predict in an instant. That's right, the master of the magic hall can split into 3 and condense 3 Blood Sea clones, all of which have the terrifying battle strength of a 3rd-order desolate era supreme. And the blood unicorn and the 9 hell demon crocodile that came here with a domineering aura are only 3rd-order desolate supremacies. Even with the addition of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, the 4 of them fighting against the 3 Blood Sea clones of the master of the magic hall, I'm afraid they won't have much of an advantage. Just now, it was a crushing situation, but in an instant, it became an evenly matched situation. All of this is simply like a dream, full of ups and downs, making one's heart surge. Has the master of the magic hall become so powerful? To be able to fight against 4 desolate supremacies by himself, this is definitely a heaven-defying rhythm. In this vast and boundless void fragment of the desolate era, who can be his opponent? That's not important. For us, the most important thing is that since the battle strength of both sides has reached a roughly equal state, then there's no need to continue escaping. That's right, when the battle strength is equal, both sides will have no time to care about us. This is a chaotic battle between 7 powerful ancient supremacies. Even if we collect a little desolate supremacy's blood in the outermost area, it will be enough. Roar! Screech! As waves of exclamations came from all directions, tens of billions of kilometers away, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, who were shocked by the scene in front of them, finally regained their senses. Chapter 4699. Roar! Roar! Ruthless! An earth-shattering roar and ferocious howl suddenly rang out. The 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock roared as they charged towards the Blood Sea from the left side of the void. On the right side of the Blood Sea, the blood unicorn and the 9 hell demon crocodile were approaching together. Hiss! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, the originally vast and boundless sea of blood suddenly divided into 3 parts without any warning. In the center of each sea there was a Blood Sea avatar. After the 3 seas of blood split apart, they instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, they became as vast as before. However, during this process, the 3 blood seas shot out at the same time and rushed in different directions. One wrapped around the blood unicorn, and the Blood Sea avatar standing in the center of the Blood Sea was the Black Fog avatar. At this time, as the Blood Sea shot out, the blood unicorn that was rushing towards it was sucked into the Blood Sea in the blink of an eye, and an earth-shattering battle began in an instant. Roar! Boom! The blood unicorn raised its head and roared, and a huge thunderball rushed out of its mouth. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the Black Fog avatar's chest. Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The thunderball exploded, and the void shattered inch by inch. The huge body of the Black Fog avatar also spread out at this moment, but it was not injured at all. In less than a tenth of an instant, the Black Fog avatar that had collapsed before the thunderball exploded had already condensed again, and it was beside the blood unicorn. At this moment, his right fist turned from a black fog to an incomparably solid state in the blink of an eye, and he punched out fiercely. Bang! A woo! The loud sound was earth-shattering, and the blood unicorn's mighty figure was bent over, and an incomparably mournful howl came out of its mouth. It was like a wolf's howl, and it could make anyone who heard it cry. Even though he was an ancient desolate venerable, he had yet to fully recover his strength. He was merely a third-order desolate venerable. Although the Black Fog avatar only had the cultivation level of a Stage 3 desolate supremacy, its true combat strength was comparable to a Stage 4 desolate supremacy. Furthermore, although Yi Xian was not an old monster that had lived from the primordial era to the present, his combat experience was so varied that it made one's hair stand on end. Weaker than Scarlet Unicorn, with all these factors added together, it was completely understandable that the Bloody Unicorn would be in such an awkward situation after just one exchange of blows with the Black Fog doppelganger. However, although he was at a disadvantage after one round, the Scarlet Unicorn was a powerful third-grade desolate sovereign after all. He was not much weaker than the Black Fog avatar. Therefore, in the battle between the two of them, it was inevitable that he would be beaten up, but it was unlikely that he would be heavily injured. As for being killed, that was completely impossible. In another direction, the second Blood Sea shot out and rushed towards the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile. The Blood Sea doppelganger that stood in the middle of the Blood Sea was the skeleton doppelganger. There was no flesh on its body, and it was all purple gold bones. It looked even more ferocious and powerful, which made people look askance. Roar! The 9 Netherworld demon crocodile was extremely violent. Although he felt that the skeleton doppelganger was not to be trifled with, the purple gold body that looked like a mysterious pure gold must be extremely tough. However, he still raised his head and roared. He opened his bloody mouth and directly swallowed the skeleton doppelganger that was coming towards him. He was a desolate supremacy, an ancient desolate supremacy that had lived from the primordial era to the present. He was definitely not an existence like the violent ape, who had obtained a great opportunity in the present era and was lucky enough to reach this step by luck. Even if he were to fight the Starry Sky violent ape head-on, he would feel that he had lost face, not to mention that this was only one of his 3 Blood Sea doppelganger. However, the cultivation strength displayed by the other party was not the slightest bit weaker than his own. This made the 9 demon crocodile feel resentful and humiliated, and the anger in his heart had already risen. Facing all of this, the skeleton clone acted as if he did not see it at all, allowing the 9 demon crocodile to open its bloody mouth and bite towards him. At the same time, he also moved his body, his eyes shining with a cold light, his right fist raised high, and also aimed towards 9 the demon crocodile rushed forward. The two of them collided head-on with each other in an instant. The skeleton doppelganger was 60 million kilometers in size, while the 9 Netherworld demon crocodile was 2 times smaller. In this situation, although he had already opened his bloody mouth to the limit and wanted to directly swallow the skeleton doppelganger, he couldn't do it at all. He did it. In the end, he only gnawed on the left thigh of the skeleton doppelganger. There was no meat there, only the purple gold bones that looked like mysterious pure gold, emitting a dense treasure light. Clang! Crack! With a bite, a loud sound like that of metal clashing could be heard, followed by a crisp cracking sound. The left thigh of the skeleton doppelganger was not damaged at all. Not a single bite mark was left, but 3 of the 9 netherworld demon crocodiles' ferocious teeth were broken in an instant. A woo! The 9 netherworld demon crocodile raised his head and let out a mournful howl. He had only lost 3 big teeth, and although it was not a serious injury, it was not even a light injury. However, the heart-wrenching pain was truly intoxicating and indescribable. Along with the miserable howl, the 9 netherworld demon crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not an internal injury to his internal organs, but the blood that flowed out of his mouth because of the 3 broken teeth. However, to the experts, space beasts, and survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar, there was no difference at all. The blood that flowed out of the desolate sovereign's teeth was also the blood of the desolate sovereign. Moreover, this 9 netherworld demon crocodile was a 3rd-stage desolate sovereign. Its cultivation strength was far superior to the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan skyrock. The power and medicinal effect of its blood were naturally the same. At this moment, all the spectators in the distance were breathing rapidly. Their eyes shone with a green light. They almost couldn't hold back and rushed down, wanting to collect the blood as soon as possible. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse, and no one rushed out. Everyone, whether it was the masters of the starry sky from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, or those who originally lived in this fragment of the untainted world, the space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era all sighed regretfully. Bang! Almost in the next moment, before the 9 netherworld demon crocodile's miserable howl because of the 3 broken teeth in his mouth faded away, the skeleton doppelganger, who had been bitten by him on the purple-gold skeleton on his left thigh, but was not damaged at all, raised its right fist high. At this moment, it fiercely smashed down. It smashed down from top to bottom, right on the back of the 9 netherworld demon crocodile. A woo! Chapter 4700. Boom! Bang! Ruthless! Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. On this side, the Black Fog Avatar and the Skeleton Avatar of the 3 Blood Sea Avatars respectively fought against the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9U Demon Alligator. 2 vast and boundless seas of blood enveloped their bodies, preventing them from escaping. As the battle unfolded, earth-shattering booms continued without end, and wild roars and ruthless howls filled the sky. From the beginning of the battle, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9U Demon Alligator were at a disadvantage. They were almost abused, and most of the time they could only parry. Occasionally, they would take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, at the same time on the left side of the other side. The 3rd sea of blood shot out, and now, it had crossed more than 20 billion miles of the void and arrived in front of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. The figure standing in the center of this sea of blood was the flesh body of the 3 Blood Sea Avatars, which was the violent ape of starry sky. Although the boundless sea of blood under his feet was vast and boundless, and the violent ape stood in it, it only occupied a small corner of the sea of blood, but it looked extremely powerful and eye-catching. At this time, the size of the violent ape had already reached 60 million miles. Although the cultivation aura emitted from its body was the same as before, still at the 3rd-rank Desolate Venerable, its real battle strength had reached the level of a 4th-rank Desolate Venerable. Previously, without the support of the boundless chi and blood in its huge body, the violent ape could already easily beat up the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock. Now, as its size had increased to 60 million miles, the boundless chi and blood in its huge body had increased its battle strength by another level. Now that the violent ape had become even more powerful, it was obvious that the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock would be even more powerful if they fought against it. It was even more miserable. The 2 of them were well aware of this, but there was nothing they could do. The Scarlet Unicorn and the 9U Demon Alligator were being brutally beaten up. If the 2 of them, the main characters, were to escape, they would definitely not have a good ending. This was the rhythm of forcing ducks to a perch. When they thought of the violent beating that they would suffer next, the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were on the verge of collapse. However, this also ignited the anger in their hearts. In any case, no matter how powerful the violent ape was, it was impossible for it to truly kill them in a battle of this level. It was even impossible for it to heavily injure them. At most, it would only be light injuries. Since that was the case, it was impossible to avoid a beating. So, he might as well throw caution to the wind. No matter what, He had to grit his teeth and persevere, striving to teach the other party a lesson as well. Swish! Walala! When this thought flashed through the minds of the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock, and their expressions gradually became ferocious, the violent ape stepped on the vast and boundless sea of blood and finally came close. An extremely sharp air-breaking sound rang out, accompanied by endless splashing sounds. The sea of blood swept over, covering the sky and the earth. It replaced the sky and the surrounding void of the universe. In an instant, it enveloped the nine-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock and pulled them into nothingness. In the sea of blood, it was also at this instant that the azure sky rock and the nine-headed blood WIRM finally launched an attack at the same time. Even though they knew that the effect wasn't great, they still exerted all their strength and executed their strongest bloodline divine abilities and secret techniques with the sole intention of making the other party suffer a little. Swish, swish, swish. An extremely sharp air-breaking sound rang out. A large amount of green mist gushed out from the huge body of the azure sky great rock in an instant. The wind and clouds swirled, covering a corner of the void in the sea of blood. The momentum was astonishing. At this moment, the soul-stirring sound of flapping wings filled the sky and the earth. This corner of the sea of blood that was covered by the green mist trembled slightly. Countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared from the sea of blood. They were like green goose feathers drifting in the air, covering the sky and the sun. All of them shot toward the violent ape. Roar! At the same time, the nine-headed blood dragon's figure flashed and arrived beside the violent ape. It raised its head and roared. Its figure, which was only about 10,000 feet tall, stood on its hind legs and waved its hand. Although its body wasn't big, in fact, there was a huge phantom of a blood dragon behind the nine-headed blood dragon's head. It was as big as the azure sky great rock, hundreds of millions of feet tall. As the nine-headed blood dragon punched out, the huge phantom of the blood dragon behind its head also opened its 9 heads at the same time and bit toward the violent ape. He had used this move before. At that time, the violent ape was only about 10 feet tall. A single scale on the 9 heads of the phantom of the blood dragon was countless times bigger than him. The 9 huge heads came at the same time. In the blink of an eye, one of them swallowed the violent ape at that time. But now, it was obviously impossible for such a scene to happen again because the size of the violent ape had already reached 60 million miles, while the bloody flood dragon's shadow behind the 9-headed bloody flood dragon's head was only about 10 million miles. It was much smaller than before. Didn't you use the same move before? You didn't get the slightest advantage. Instead, you suffered a lot. Seeing these two guys attacking angrily, but still using the same old moves, Bao Yuan grinned. The voice of divine sense immediately came out. It seems that you guys are clearly not satisfied with being beaten up. Your skin is still itching, so you guys are taking the initiative to ask for a beating. If that's the case, I will do as you wish. Boom! Boom! Before the voice of the divine sense fell, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. With a step, the terrifying figure of 60 million miles had already arrived in front of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky great rock. With a wave of his hand, the cyan feather phantoms that originally filled this corner of the sea of blood completely collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Then the violent ape attacked with lightning speed. 2 consecutive punches landed on the chests of the azure sky great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon. Puff! Puff! After the shocking bang, 2 muffled puffs sounded. The azure sky great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon couldn't resist at all. They opened their mouths and spat out a blood arrow. Their bodies flew backward at an extremely fast speed, looking extremely miserable. Point. After sending these 2 guys flying with 1 blow, the violent ape didn't stop there, as if it felt that it wasn't enough. With a grin, the violent ape's incomparably huge body took a big step forward and chased after the azure sky great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon. The vast sea of blood under its feet was like a shadow, tightly enveloping the flying great rock and the 9-headed blood dragon. This was clearly going to continue. However, this was not the end of the torment. In the blink of an eye, the 3 seas of blood and the 3 places of battle were all displayed. Chapter 47:01. Boom! Rumble. In the void, The roar was so loud that it reverberated through hundreds of billions of miles of the vast void. 3 blood seas spread out in the void. In each of the blood seas, there was an earth-shattering battle going on. On this side, the Black Fog Avatar and the Skeleton Avatar of the 3 Blood Seas avatars were fighting against the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile respectively. 2 boundlessly vast seas of blood enveloped their figures, causing them to be unable to escape in the slightest. Moreover, as the battle unfolded, rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth continued without end, and there were even violent roars and howls that covered the heavens and the earth. From the beginning of the battle, the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile were at a disadvantage. They were almost being abused. Most of the time they could only parry, and occasionally they would take the opportunity to counterattack. As for the left side of the void on the other side, the situation was obviously worse. The violent ape avatar of the 3 Blood Seas avatars was fighting against the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock alone. These 2 guys were only Stage 1 Baron Supremes, but the violent ape avatar of the Starry Sky Realm had a terrifying battle strength that was comparable to a Stage 4 Baron Supremacy. The battle was absolutely one-sided. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock did not have the slightest ability to parry. In a short period of time, they were beaten to the point that they lost their temper. At this very moment, the 2 of them had completely collapsed. If they had known that the violent ape was so fierce, and that there was no time limit for the Baron Supremacy's cultivation that was raised by some kind of secret technique, and that it even mastered the Blood Sea Demon Supremacy's Blood Sea secret technique moreover, it had already comprehended it. If it could condense 3 Blood Seas avatars that had the same battle strength as the original body, they would not have come to provoke it at this time. Now, the result was such. Not only did they fail to provoke it, but they were also beaten up by the enemy. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. What was even more depressing was that they were obviously not the violent ape's opponent. Now that they had understood this point, they wanted to leave, but they could not. If that was really the case, the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who were unintentionally involved in this matter, would definitely break their bones. This was simply asking for it. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Roar! Bang bang! Right at this moment, the violent ape let out a furious roar, and its figure chased over swiftly. It brought along the vast sea of blood beneath its feet as it traversed a distance of a few 100 million kilometers, and it arrived before Chan Shi in the blink of an eye. With 2 simple punches, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock couldn't dodge at all. They were all smashed into pieces. Pooh! Pooh! After a loud bang, the 2 old men opened their mouths at almost the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their figures even took advantage of the momentum to fly backwards and finally moved hundreds of millions of miles away. When this scene entered into the eyes of the experts, space beasts, and survivors of the primordial era that were watching the battle from afar, their eyes instantly turned crimson red while their breathing became rapid once more. Many people even had pained expressions on their faces as they heaved long sighs. What a waste of God's gift! What a waste of God's gift! This is the precious blood of the desolate sovereign. Now that it's spraying out in the void like it doesn't care about its life, we can't get close to it. A rare opportunity and fortune is right in front of us. But we can only watch helplessly. It's simply too torturous. From the looks of it, the master of the magic hall is clearly going to suppress all the heroes today. This is good too, with his status. I'm sure he won't bother to clean up the battlefield and collect that little bit of blood. I only hope that this battle will end as soon as possible. Just a little bit more will be lost. Eft. Hearing these words, especially hearing that the blood they spat out was actually called broken blood by a certain fellow, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were enraged. As they flew backwards, they actually opened their mouths and spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, they were truly on the verge of going berserk. It was one thing to be brutally abused by the violent ape, but in the surrounding void, there was actually a group of fellows who were inferior to ants commenting on them. As the patriarch of a clan, the supreme existence of the primordial era, they couldn't bear it any longer. Unfortunately, even if they went berserk, it was obvious that they couldn't resolve the sad and embarrassing situation in front of them. The only way was to first persuade the Bloody Unicorn and the 9U Demon Crocodile, who were unintentionally involved, to leave. Only when the two of them left first would they dare to escape. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Their faces turned blue. They really couldn't say such words. It was 2F** king embarrassing. Roar. Rumble. Just as they were hesitating, the violent ape in front of them had already raised its head and roared. It waved its giant fist that was even larger than a meteor and flew over again. The nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were so scared that their faces turned green. They didn't dare to delay any longer. They turned their heads almost at the same time and looked at the other two seas of blood. The voice of divine sense was instantly transmitted. Two lords, why don't we stop here today? If we really want to talk about it, it was just a misunderstanding before. Yes, 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 we're all desolate supremes. There's no need to fight and kill. If there's any misunderstanding, we can find a time to sit down together and talk about it. We accidentally dragged the two lords into this. We're all terrified. The two lords seem to have said before that you were just passing by this place. I think you must have something important to do. Why don't you leave us alone so as not to delay your business? That would be a real sin. When these words were heard, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock's faces turned green. It was too embarrassing. It was obvious that they couldn't beat the other party. So they took the initiative to admit defeat and prepared to settle the matter peacefully. The ants in the distance were probably looking down on them. Today, they were actually looked down upon by a group of ants. It was simply maddening. The key was that they could have turned around and escaped. Although the violent ape was fierce, its combat power was only comparable to a fourth-rank desolate supremacy. Although they couldn't beat it, they couldn't stop the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock if they wanted to leave. Although that would be embarrassing, it was better than the current situation where they had to put down their pride and take the initiative to show weakness in order to escape. They had to beg the scarlet unicorn and the 9U demon alligator to leave first before they could escape. In short, today's matter was simply disheartening. They had never been so humiliated. Fortunately, their painstaking efforts finally paid off. In the other two blood seas far away in the void, after hearing their words, the eyes of the blood Chelan and the 9U demon crocodile lit up instantly. Then, they each raised their heads and roared wildly. Their voices were heard. Roar! Screech! If the two of you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. The reason why I'm traveling with the demon alligator is because there's a very important matter that needs to be dealt with. It's extremely urgent. Chapter 4702. Roar! Screech! Violent ape! Let's end the battle here today. Wait for me and fellow blood unicorn to finish our business. Then I will come to find you for a battle. It's really a pity. I just got excited and didn't have enough fun. Now I have to stop the battle. It's really disappointing. In the other two blood seas far away in the void, the bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator were down the slope. After hearing the words of the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure rock, their eyes lit up. Then they each raised their heads and roared, sending out the voice of divine sense. When these words were said, the bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator's old faces were also hot. But they knew that if they didn't seize this opportunity to withdraw and leave this place, they would definitely lose even more face later. In order to save as much face as possible, they could only brace themselves and be shameless for once. With this thought flashing through their minds, the two of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. Without any hesitation, they immediately pushed the strength in their bodies to the limit. They gritted their teeth and endured the blow. Finally, in the time it took for them to leave the vast area where they were respectively, they rushed out of the sea of blood. Hiss! Kacha! After escaping, the bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator did not hesitate at all. They immediately rushed to the sky. With a wave of their claws, they directly tore a crack in the void and shot out. After all, these two old fellows were rank 3 desolate venerables. If they wanted to escape, unless Yixin used the fallen sky bow and other powerful magical powers, or used the 9-colored flame sea to trap them, it was impossible to stop them. However, he didn't want to expose these trump cards now. At least he couldn't expose them so easily. Therefore, although he was unwilling, he could only let them leave in the blink of an eye. The bloody unicorn and the 9-hell demon alligator had already rushed to the crack in the void that they tore with their claws. Their hearts immediately calmed down. Their figures suddenly paused, and the 2 old men immediately turned their heads, sweeping their gazes over Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars. Cold light flashed in their eyes, and before they left, they did not forget to say a few harsh words to save some face. Bao Yuan, take good care of yourself. You must not die prematurely. The battle between you and I today has yet to come to an end. Once we're done with proper business, I'll definitely come for your little life. When the time comes, I'll definitely skin you alive, break your bones, refine your soul. If you're scared, it's best that you find a place to hide. Otherwise, the day I return will be the day you die. Roar. Screech. After that, the 2 old guys raised their heads and let out a final roar and howl. Without hesitation, they turned around and rushed into the void crack in front of them, disappearing. Seeing the 2 of them leave, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Skyrock were so excited that they almost burst into tears on the spot. If he had known that these 2 lords were so easy to talk to, why would he have waited until now? I should have spoken up a long time ago. I spat out so much blood for nothing. Just as he was feeling emotional, the mocking voices of the Black Fog Avatar and the Skeleton Avatar could be heard from afar. Is this the so-called Supreme Primordial Master? It's really an eye-opener. He doesn't have any other abilities, but he's the best at bragging. Oh right. His skin is so thick that no one can match him. The 2 of you spoke so confidently just now, and actually took the initiative to send those 2 old fellows away. From the looks of it, could it be that you plan to fight 2 against 3 and have a good bloody battle with my 3 great clones? Come. Since you guys are in such a good mood, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Don't worry, none of the 3 great clones will leave. I'll stay and accompany you to the end. Swish! Swish! As these mocking voices sounded, the 2 vast seas of blood in the distant void instantly shot over. Above the sea of blood, the Black Mist clone and the Skeleton clone stood proudly. Their gigantic figures, which were 60 million kilometers tall, were so majestic that one could only look up at them with bated breath. In the blink of an eye, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the 2 vast seas of blood had already arrived in front of them. The 3 seas of blood instantly merged into one. At this moment, the Violent Ape Avatar, the Black Fog Avatar, and the Skeleton Avatar were like 3 legs of a tripod, each occupying one side, standing in the triangle of the Blood Sea, surrounding the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock in the middle. They were glaring at each other covetously, their eyes bursting with a fierce light, as if they could attack at any moment. The brazen manner of his attack. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Great Rock were so scared that their faces turned pale, but they felt their faces burning. Even a fool could tell that they were being mocked. The dignified ancestor of a clan, a supreme existence who had stepped into the desolate venerable realm, had suffered such humiliation in public today. The key was that they were powerless to refute, and they didn't even dare to refute. Today they had completely lost their face. However, no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to answer Yi Xian's words. Previously, just the Violent Ape clone alone had already tortured them to the point where they wanted to die. Now, there were 2 more clones with the same cultivation base as the Black Fog clone and the Skeleton clone. If the 3 of them really joined forces, it was not entirely impossible for the other party to force them to stay. Even if they couldn't do it, it wouldn't be difficult for them to strike quickly and seriously injure them before they successfully escaped. Thinking of this, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Great Rock's hearts trembled. After exchanging a look, they raised their heads and let out a fierce roar. Screech! Screech! At this moment, the 2 of them activated the bloodline power in their bodies to the extreme and used their strongest escape techniques at all costs. In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Great Rock's incomparably huge bodies turned into 2 streaks of light, one red and one green. They tore through the void and shot away, disappearing. You 2 are really decisive. You just ran away. Seeing the two of them disappear, even Yi Xian was quite surprised. He originally thought that the two of them would say a few harsh words, but he didn't expect them to be so straightforward. He was caught off guard and ran away in an instant. And this scene fell into the eyes of the experts, the ferocious beasts of the starry sky and the survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The entire void was dead silent for a moment. Then, overwhelming exclamations came like a tide. It swept over, and there was an uproar. What? They all ran away. Isn't the change too fast? The four powerful supreme masters of the primordial era actually ran away in the blink of an eye. They all abandoned the battle and ran away. If this news spread, countless eyeballs would fall out of this void. The point is that before they left, the two powerful existences actually said such words. Simply too surprising. It overturns the transcendent image of the supreme masters of the primordial era in our hearts. It's over. At the beginning of this battle, who would have thought that in the end, it would have such an ending? Chapter 4703. Walala? A crashing sound came like a tide, covering the sky and earth. As the black mist avatar and the skeleton avatar collapsed in an instant, they turned into a rain of blood and merged into the sea of blood under their feet. Then the boundless sea of blood shrank in the blink of an eye, turning into a weak light that shot into the forehead of the violent ape. Turning his head to look at the powerhouses from all sides, the star beasts and the survivors of the remote antiquity glanced around. The figure of the violent ape quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it had returned to its original height of about 10 meters. But the aura of cultivation emitted from its body was still that of a third-order desolate venerable. At this time, the exclamations in the surrounding void were still resounding, but Yi Xian completely ignored them. His figure flickered, and a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. His figure turned into a light and blasted away at a speed far faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the end of the sky, rushing into the rising sun, forbidden land, and disappearing. In an instant, this void battlefield, which was originally hundreds of billions of miles, was completely empty, and not a single soul could be seen. But in the void, there were still some blood beads floating, big and small. These were left behind by the four desolate venerables, the bloody unicorn, the nine-hell demon crocodile, the nine-headed blood dragon, and the cyan skyrock. If it was a majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of a supreme desolate venerable's body, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste it, but it was just blood spurted out from a serious injury, so he didn't care about it at all. If he really took it away, it would be too degrading, and the illustrious reputation of the master of the magic hall would be affected because of this. However, what he looked down upon was a rare treasure for the experts, ferocious beasts, and survivors of the primordial era who were watching the battle from afar. At this moment, with Yi Xian's departure, the surrounding void suddenly became quiet, and then countless figures rushed out, rushing to the vast space where the battle took place to collect the blood of the desolate venerables. The vast void that had just quieted down instantly became lively again, and some people even started fighting because of this. However, Yi Xian couldn't see all of this, and he wasn't interested in it at all. At this time, he had already returned to the rising sun forbidden land and returned to the magic hall. This battle didn't last long, although the subordinates of the rising forbidden land were alarmed, because the Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the Six Blood Dragon were all in seclusion. From the beginning to the end, not a single figure rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun. Now, after returning to the demon palace, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately broke through. This time, it could be said that he had fought to his heart's content. The gains from the previous breakthrough had already been completely integrated into his divine soul and body, and the opportunity for another breakthrough had also arrived because of this rumble. With that thought, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Shinnon cauldron. It floated in the air behind the giant mountain where the magic hall was located. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. After entering the cauldron, he sat cross-legged above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, A large number of weak sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and floated in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to use for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. There was even 1,000 feet of chaos medicine. Everything was ready. Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent fist. With a wave of his hand, this nascent fist-sized bead was swallowed into Yi Xian's stomach and quickly melted. Walala! Rumble. The energy bead melted as soon as it entered Yi Xian's mouth. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from within his body, accompanied by the sound of thunder. All the resources that he had swallowed earlier turned into a majestic energy river. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. He activated the energy river that had just formed in his body and continuously circulated it in his meridians until it was completely refined. As the great river of energy completely disappeared and merged with his soul and body, Yi Xian only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack before the shackles were broken. The anticipated system prompt quickly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. Primordial Era Great Figure Level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm. Primordial Era Great Figure Level 3. Primordial Era Great Figure Level 3 was already the peak of the initial stage. With one more breakthrough, Yi Xian would be able to enter the middle stage of the Great Figure level. But in fact, he already had the battle power of a middle stage Primordial Era Supreme and was not far from the late stage. Previously, Yi Xian's original body was at the second stage of the Primordial Era Supreme. After activating the bloodline of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could instantly reach the third stage of the Primordial Era Supreme. After using the 9 demon ape transformations and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the third stage of the Primordial Era Supreme. If the majestic energy and blood of his physical body were included, his true battle power would be comparable to a 4th stage Desolate Master. But now, as he broke through again, after activating the bloodline of the ancient demon ape in Yi Xian's body, he would instantly have the strength of a 4th stage Primordial Era Supreme. Once he used the bloodline of the 9 demon ape and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 4th stage Universe Supreme. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the tremendous power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle strength that he could display would reach an unprecedented rank 5 Desolate Supremacy level. He would only be one stage away from the peak of the middle stage Desolate Master. But in fact, Yi Xian still had the Blood Sea Secret Technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea Secret Technique's clone power, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle strength that was comparable to a rank 5 Desolate Supremacy. In the situation of 3 against 1, even a 6th-stage Desolate Master would not be his match. It could be said that even if they were to engage in a normal battle, below the late-stage Desolate Master, the current Yi Xian was already invincible. And if he used the Fallen Sky Bow, even a 7th-stage Desolate Master in the late-stage Desolate Master would be killed by one arrow if he was caught off guard, and he would die. My strongest battle power has reached the 5th stage Primordial Era Supreme, and I can have at most 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same battle power. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a flash of light. Chapter 4704. The breakthrough this time actually took 3 months? After calming down, Yi Xian calculated the time with his fingers, and his expression changed slightly. He felt that the breakthrough this time was extremely smooth, and he did not encounter any special obstacles at all. The entire process of seclusion was like this. In this case, under such circumstances, he would be able to smoothly break through within 10 days at most. This matter, in fact, the last time he broke through to the 2nd level of the Desolate Era, it only took Yi Xian 7 days. But now, it took him an entire 3 months to break through from the 2nd level of the Desolate Era to the 3rd level. That was 90 days, which was more than 10 times the time. This really caught him off guard. However, after thinking about it for a while, he quickly came to a realization. It seemed that starting from the peak of the early stage of the Almighty, the time taken for each subsequent breakthrough would probably increase as well. This made him feel a little helpless, but after thinking about it carefully, it was also reasonable. From now on, he could be considered to be close to the middle stage of the Desolate Era. He was not far from officially stepping into the Desolate Venerable realm. Just think about the other Desolate Venerable experts, which one of them did not experience endless years of accumulation and precipitation before they had the opportunity to break through in one day. Just like that, for example, although the two old fellows, the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, had lived from the end of the Desolate Era to the present world, their cultivation strength had only finally broken through now and stepped into the Desolate Venerable realm in one fell swoop. Of course, a large part of the reason was that they had been seriously injured in the great battle that had collapsed the Desolate Era. Their recovery was too slow and took a long time. However, just based on this matter, from a side view, it could also prove how difficult it was to break through to the Desolate Venerable realm. Although Xian had the Chaos Medicine, after entering the middle stage of the Desolate Era, it was impossible for every small breakthrough to be completed in just a few days. That was simply unreasonable. This matter, in fact, if he could still make breakthroughs like this after he entered the middle stage of the Primordial Era, it would only take him 3 to 4 months to break through each minor stage. If word got out, even the Void Tortoise would be envious. Thinking with this in mind, he no longer felt conflicted. Although every small breakthrough in the future would take a long time, he was now a rank 3 Almighty. With only 6 small breakthroughs, he could consume a level 29 Sovereign Treasure Pill and enter the Desolate Realm. It was only 6 small stages. Even if each breakthrough took a long time, it wouldn't be a big deal. Swish! After adjusting his mood, Yi Xian immediately stood up and stepped out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Then he waved his hand. Sway with a faint whistling sound. The Shinong treasured cauldron instantly turned into a dazzling ray of light and shot into his glabella, disappearing. Rumble! In an instant, Yi Xian's figure darted out and disappeared into the magic hall in the blink of an eye. He sat on the black throne at the top of the hall. With a thought, an earth-shattering rumble sounded. The huge magic hall, which originally stood at the peak of the tallest mountain in the inner part of the star, rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the star's atmosphere and hung above it. Such a movement naturally alarmed all the subordinates of the magic hall in the rising star Forbidden Land. Excluding the higher-ups who were in seclusion, the rest of the undying emperors and above all rushed over. To Yi Xian's surprise, 6-headed blood dragon actually came out of seclusion. His original cultivation level was only at rank 1 Universe Supreme, but now, after more than 3 months of seclusion, his cultivation level had risen by 2 small stages. Now, he was already at the pinnacle of rank 3 Universe Supreme. Except, because of him, the 6 Universe Knights under the Magic Hall also came out of seclusion. At this moment, they arrived and stood behind 6-headed blood dragon. The 6 of them were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 2 Universe Knights from the captive army who had just broken through 3 months ago. They were from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan respectively. 3 months ago, these 6 old men had only been Universe Knights at level 1. However, now that they had not seen each other for 3 months, they, like 6-headed blood dragon, had successfully broken through to rank 3 Universe Knight. Regardless of whether it was the 6 of them or the 6-headed blood flood dragon with the strongest cultivation, the reason why they were able to reap such benefits in such a short period of 3 months was obviously related to the chaos medicine that Yi Xian had given them. One had to know that even supreme beings of the primordial era like 9-headed blood dragon and Cyan Sky Rock didn't even have a violet medicine, let alone a chaos medicine. It could be said that 6-headed blood dragon and the others were only at the level of Universe Knight and Universe Supreme. Under the premise of swallowing violet medicine and chaos medicine, it was natural for them to break through consecutively in such a short period of time. Other than 6-headed blood dragon and Zhao Dong, at this moment, after hearing the movement here, the higher-ups of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall who were above the level of Emperor rushed over. Almost all of them were present Green Ox and Yu Linglong from the Beast Army, Long Shao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other Undying Emperors from the Rising Star Forbidden Land, a total of more than 40 undying emperors. Remnant among the civil army, there were the Sangji tribe, and more than 20 undying emperors from the Rising Star Forbidden Land. Also there were the members of the nomadic army, including Three-Clawed Dragon and Long Shan Tang, and more than 60 undying emperors. Also finally, there were more than 200 undying emperors in the captive army formed by Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion. A total of more than 400 undying emperors were all gathered here. Greetings, Demon Master. When everyone was present, they all clasped their fists and greeted Yi Xian respectfully. Originally, when Zhao Dong and the others saw Yi Xian, they all knelt down on one knee and bowed deeply. However, they were all stopped by Yi Xian. They were all family, so there was no need to bend their knees so easily. Clasping their fists was enough. This made him even more popular. Now that the 4 armies of the Magic Hall were all united, they were like an iron bucket that couldn't be broken through. Since you've already come out of seclusion, I'm sure you all know about the previous battle. Yi Xian nodded and transmitted his voice. Now that the Magic Hall is so powerful, there shouldn't be anyone who dares to provoke us in this space fragment. But this is just a facade. Don't forget that as the end of the primeval age draws closer and closer, more powerful figures and supreme masters of the primeval age who have been dormant will show up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Even though the Magic Hall is powerful, it's still unknown whether it can survive the apocalypse. Soon, I'll lead you all into the Hongmeng space. However, before that, you all have to raise your strength as much as possible. Other than that, it's time to clean up the various powers in this space fragment. After all, before we enter the Hongmeng space, the Magic Hall needs to be strengthened as much as possible. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his tone faintly revealed a sinister coldness. Pass down the order all the core members of the upper echelons of all the powers in this great desolate world fragment, whether they are from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, or the fierce beasts and survivors that originally lived here. In 3 months, all of them will come to see me. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4705. At this moment, Yi Xian, as the master of the Magic Hall, gave out the first order to all the powers in this fragment of space. He requested for the higher-ups of these powers, whether they were from the 3 space masters or the beasts and survivors that originally lived here, to meet him in 3 months. After the order was given, all the generals at the front all clasped their fists and bowed, after which, they dispersed and headed to different races and powers, giving out the order to the Magic Hall. This fragment of the untainted universe was too vast. There were space beasts, desolation survivors, and the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe. Each of them took up a position and gathered into a group. 6-headed Blood Dragon Elder, Green Rock Elder, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other Universe Knights and Universe Supremes led Green Ox, Yu Linglong, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and Su Sheng, the other emperors of the Forbidden Land. The surviving members of the Sangji tribe in the army of remnant survivors and the over 20 immortal emperors from the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were also present. There were also the Three-Clawed Dragon and Long Shan Tang from the nomadic army, 60-plus emperors. And finally, there were the 200-plus emperors of Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion from the captive army. This meant that there were over 400 emperors under Demon Palace. They were split into 7 small teams, each in charge of one direction, rushing out of Rising Sun Forbidden Land and into the distance. These 400-plus emperors and above were now the messengers of the Master of the Magic Hall. They would spread out and pass down the order given by Yi Xian to every power. Without a doubt, as the Demon Master's order was spread out, the hearts of the people in this fragment of the Eldritch world would be shaken. In the previous battle, the Master of the Magic Hall fought the 4 desolate knights alone. They were all beings that had lived for a very long time, yet none of them were his match. They all fled. This kind of heaven-defying combat strength had already shocked the world. In the entire untainted world fragment void, no force dared to stand out and openly oppose the demonic hall at this moment. However, the Master of the Magic Hall had always been domineering. Now that he had given such an order, He wanted all the upper echelons of the powers to gather in the Forbidden Land of the Shushing Forbidden Land to meet the Demon Master. No one knew exactly what they were up to, and it was precisely because of this that they felt uneasy and fearful, in a corner of the fragment of space. This was originally a forbidden land for ferocious beasts. However, it had long fallen and become the base camp of the greedy wolf race from the third space master of the second universe. The greedy wolf race was one of the top 10 races of the second universe. However, they were ranked behind the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. The strongest in the base camp of the greedy wolf race was a core ancestor, who had just awoken not long ago. He was a level 3 universe master of the universe. Other than that, under this greedy wolf universe lord, there were 4 knights and over 20 emperors. They were extremely powerful. Unfortunately, to the current demon hall, which was at the peak of its power, this bit of strength was nothing in its eyes. It was nothing. Of the over 20 emperors in the base camp of the greedy wolf race, Lang Ganglai was one of them. He had long since submitted to Yi Xian. Back then, he had been released by Yi Xian and returned to his race. Over the years, he had been valued by his race. Along with the awakening of a few core ancestors and the nurturing of them, Lang Ganglai was able to reach his current level of emperor. If Yi Xian saw that he was already an emperor, he would be shocked. Even though his training speed couldn't compare to Yi Xian's, it was still shocking enough. In truth, other than Lang Ganglai, the others released by Yi Xian back then, like the young leader of the Inji race Ji Jinghong, the young leader of the barbarian bull race Ri Tian, the young leader of the golden eagle race Jin Hao Yen, the little princess of the colored python race Medusa, etc. Now, they were all in the void of the primordial world fragment. They were all resting in their own camps. Their levels of power were all extraordinary. If they weren't late emperor level, then they were emperor level. However, they'd almost completely forgotten about Yi Xian. After all, many years had passed, and the situation in the universe had changed greatly. The 3 main planes of the starry skies had already become the backlands that no one cared about. Xiao. In the distant space outside the greedy wolf race camp, 10,000-meter-wide strongholds transformed into beams of light and shot over. The surface of these 10 strongholds were all painted pitch black. On top of them was a blood-colored palace. It was exactly the same as the magic hall on the majestic peak of Yi Xian's cave world. This palace represented the magic hall. Seeing the logo painted on the hull of the ship, anyone could instantly understand who had come. Now, in this primordial world fragment void, the name of the demon hall was already known to everyone, and it was like thunder in one's ears. These 10 strongholds were one of the teams from the magic hall that had rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun a few days ago. The 7 universe knights and above under the magic hall each led their own teams and were in charge of one direction. This direction was led by Zhao Dong, and he led many more teams. Now, within the team heading towards the greedy wolf race, there were 2 emperor-level undyings in charge of the magic hall. They were the 3-clawed dragon and Yuling Long. Xiao! Xiao Xiao! At this time, as they got closer, these 10,000-meter-wide strongholds suddenly stopped 10 million miles away from the greedy wolf race camp, following which, a sharp piercing sound resounded. One figure after another rushed out from the 10 fortresses. Leading them were the 3-clawed dragon and Yuling Long. Other than them, there were a few Emperor-level undyings and Emperor-level undyings. At this time, the upper echelons of the greedy wolf race had already rushed out of the star field and stood at the edge of the space. Their eyes were filled with tension and vigilance as they looked over. The one leading them was Greedy Wolf Universe Master, and behind him were 4 Greedy Wolf Knights. Behind them were 20 Emperor-level undyings of the greedy wolf race, and Lang Ganglai was one of them. Where is the leader of the greedy wolf race? The 3-clawed dragon raised his chin and glanced at the upper echelons of the greedy wolf race 10 million miles away. His gaze finally landed on Greed Wolf, who was leading the group. He nodded and waved his hand, sending a ray of light over. This is an imperial decree. Lord Demon Master has issued an order for all the core members of the various races and forces, including those who are titled emperors and above, whether they are from the 3 main star planes of the universe, the beasts that originally lived here or the survivors in 3 months, they are to come and pay their respects. See. Now, The order has been issued for 6 days, and there are less than 3 months left, so please prepare early. Otherwise, if you are absent, you will be infuriated by Lord Demon Master. You will bear the consequences. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of the book. Chapter 4706. Hong. Hong long long. The rumbling of the battleship resounded. After giving out Yi Xian's order, the three-clawed flood dragon and Yu Ling Long immediately turned around and led the group of emperors and emperors back to their respective strongholds. Very quickly, the 10 strongholds changed directions and rumbled away. The greedy wolf race wasn't the only race they were responsible for informing. There were other races waiting to be notified, so they didn't have time to waste here. The breakthrough came and left decisively, displaying unparalleled dominance. This scene made the Universe Lord-level ancestor of the greedy wolf race so angry that his body started to tremble. 2 puny emperors had actually led a group of emperors and emperors to show off in front of him. They had been so arrogant from the start, and after giving out the order, they didn't even exchange a few pleasantries before turning around and leaving. This really made him feel stifled and resentful. After all, he was a universe master, a core ancestor of the greedy wolf race, and he had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, even the 4 universe knights of the greedy wolf race behind him were so angry that they started to tremble. Before them, even emperors were like ants. But now, these 2 ants were leading a group of fellows that weren't even ants, and they were acting so arrogantly in front of them. This was simply too arrogant, however. Even though the 3-clawed flood dragon and Yu Ling Long weren't very strong, they were the emissaries of the master of the magic hall. Now that the magic hall was like the sun in the sky in the space fragment, it wasn't something the greedy wolf race could afford to provoke. That would definitely be a calamity. The blood dragon, green rock, and battle lion races were all examples of what would happen to them. The 4 universe knights from the greedy wolf race exchanged glances and spoke one after another, filled with resentment and unwillingness to accept the outcome. This Demon Hall Master is so ambitious. He just destroyed the headquarters of the Blood Flood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Battle Lion clans. Now, he's summoning us and saying that we'll have an audience. Does he think that he's the supreme overlord of this void? That does seem to be the case. Don't forget that he fought 4 primordial supremes by himself, and the 4 of them fled miserably one after another. Among them, not only does it include the first generation of the Blood Dragon clan, the first generation of the Blood Dragon clan, and the first generation of the Cyan Sky Great Pung from the Green Rock clan, there are even 2 desolate supremacies from the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile and the Blood Unicorn. They are definitely invincible. Although this desolate world fragment is vast, I'm afraid we won't be able to find an existence that can contend against them. Even if our greedy wolf clan's first-generation ancestor wakes up from his deep slumber and descends here, he won't be able to do anything. He is an opponent. But are we, the greedy wolf clan, supposed to be controlled by the magic hall? I really can't accept this. There's no need to rush this matter. This time, the mysterious Demon Hall Master has issued this edict to all the races and factions in this fragment of the great desolate world to present themselves before him. Not only us, but also the various clans and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, including the ferocious beasts and the survivors of the primordial era who originally lived here. In the past, we have fought many times with these ferocious beasts and the survivors of the primordial era. They are not masters who will bow their heads casually. If there are no accidents, most of the ferocious beasts in this desolate world fragment will be able to form an alliance. It's the same for the survivors of the primordial era, and the only way for us, the various clans and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, to not be enslaved by the magic hall is to band together and seek shelter. The 2 camps of the human clan have always been on good terms with the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Now that the headquarters of these 3 forces are in the same star field, they will most likely become the representatives of the 3rd universe and gather the rogue cultivators of the other 3rd universes to form an alliance of forces. As for the slave races in the 1st universe, their base camps are not far from each other. They are guarding each other. In the face of this crisis, they will most likely form an alliance. Except for the Demonkin, who will not participate, I guess the other races in the 1st universe will all participate. The rest of the clans will join the new alliance. They have been enslaved by the Tianji clan for countless years. They are more aware of the humiliation and pain of being enslaved than any other clan. This time, they will definitely not bow their heads so easily. As for our greedy wolf clan, we can raise our arms and shout loudly, gathering the headquarters of the clans of the Second Universe and forming an alliance with the top 10 clans of the Second Universe as the leader. In my opinion, let's call it the Star Alliance. Among the top 10 clans of the Second Universe, although the headquarters of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan have fallen, there are still a large number of clansmen in their ancestral land. Now that the first-generation ancestors of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan have arrived first, the follow-up will definitely move the entire clan. Although the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Sky Rock clan are not opponents of the mysterious master of the Magic Hall, they are still primordial sovereigns after all. The previous battle will definitely be unreconciled and damaged the reputation of the desolate sovereigns. As long as we and the other clans of the Second Universe unite and ask for orders from the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Sky Rock clan, and let these two desolate sovereigns take charge of the overall situation, they only need to release a message. Of course, the Dark Turtle clan, who has always been at odds with us, probably has no hope. Their current Milky Way Star Master, Yi Xian, is very close. Even the headquarters of the clan is in a star field occupied by Yi Xian's victorious legion. The edge, including the demon dwellers, are the same. So, if there are no accidents, the Dark Turtle clan of the Second Universe and the demon dwellers of the First Universe will most likely form another alliance with Yi Xian's Milky Way Star Cluster and the victorious legion of Milky Way Star Master. If this is the case, we can report to the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Sky Rock clan to expel the Dark Turtle clan from the ranks of the clans of the Second Universe. At this point, the 4 Universe Knights of the Greedy Wolf clan stopped talking. After exchanging a look, they all looked at the Greedy Wolf Universe Master in front of them. Their faces were full of anticipation. Obviously, they were waiting for his reply to make the final decision. Star Alliance? That's quite a grand name. Indeed, after hearing these words, Universe Master of the Greedy Wolf clan fell into deep thought. His eyes flashed from time to time, and he kept muttering to himself, among the top 10 clans of the Second Universe, other than the Blood Dragon clan and the Dark Turtle clan, there is also the Inji clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Raging Bull clan, the Colorful Python clan, and the Tree Spirit clan. Like my Greedy Wolf clan, each of the 5 major clans has 1 or 2 Universe Lords. It's the same for the other smaller clans. Even if they don't have Universe Masters, they basically have 1 or 2 Universe Knights. Please remember the domain name of this book, the mobile version of this book, Chapter 4707. It's the same for the other smaller races. Even if they don't have a Universe Master, they still have 1 or 2 Universe Knights. The eyes of the Greedy Wolf clan's old monster Ian Lord suddenly burst forth with a bright light, and even his breathing became faintly hurried. If that's the case, then there are hundreds of races in the Second Universe, big and small, in this space fragment of the ancient universe. Although there are only 9-headed blood dragons and Cyan Sky Rocks for remote Ancient Supreme, there aren't any Universe Supremes. However, there are at least 30 Universe Masters and at least 200 Universe Knights, Luo Feng murmured. This is an extremely large amount of power. If we can combine them together. At this point, the old monster from the Greedy Wolf tribe, Ian Lord, trembled slightly. Although the Demon Hall Master is powerful, the subordinates under him are only SOSO after all. There's only 1 6-headed blood dragons as a Universe Supreme, and there's not a single Universe Master. There are only 6 Universe Knights. No matter how strong he is just one person. If all the races in the Second Universe unite and form a power, then with the alliance formed by the other races, with all of them working together, how can he fight in all directions alone? That's right, Hansen said. Even if he has the power of the Blood Sea technique, he can only split himself into 3, which is far from enough to suppress all 8 of them at once. Once he dares to make a move, the Alliance forces targeted by his 3 avatars will be unlucky. However, the other Alliance forces can take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out all the members of the Devil Palace in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun in one go. Just this point alone is enough to make him hesitate. Thinking of this, the old monster Ian, lord of the greedy wolf clan, no longer hesitated. He turned around and swept a glance at the upper echelons of the greedy wolf clan behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "The few of you, guard the base camp. This old man will personally deal with this matter. Persuade the Silver G race, the Gold Eagle race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Colored Python race, and the Tree Spirit race." After persuading Universe Master, who is guarding the headquarters of the 5 races, we'll go with them to where the 9-headed blood dragons and Cyan Skyrocks are hiding. No matter what, we have to persuade them to show up and carry the flag of the Star Alliance. Swish! After he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and instantly flashed to the void on the right. That was the base camp of the Inji clan in this piece of untainted land. Similar scenes were playing out one after another in this vast and boundless fragment of untainted land. Along with Yi Shen's order, the 6 blood dragons, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Peng Ancestor, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei led all the emperors of the Magic Hall, splitting into small teams and heading to the various races and powers. In Li's base camp, the Devil Lord's decree would be issued in 3 months. Then, they immediately turned around and left, heading to the base camp of the next race. However, all the races that were notified by them, whether it was the races and forces from the 3 main planes of the current starry sky, or the ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era who originally lived in the void of the primordial world fragment, almost all of them were present. They were extremely indignant about this. No one was willing to easily bow their heads and submit to being ordered around. The development of the situation was similar to what the 4 Universe Knights of the Greedy Wolf race had predicted and estimated. It was developing in this direction. Following the departure of the voracious wolf faction's old monster Ian Lord, only 3 days later, the other 5 races of the top 10 races of the Second Universe, namely the Silver Owl race, the Golden Eagle race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Colorful Python race, and the Tree Spirit race, finally arrived. They were persuaded. Very quickly, including the old monster Ian Lord of the Greedy Wolf clan. A total of 9 old monsters from the 6 great clans came together to a relatively remote star domain. This was the place that the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Skyrock had chosen after the battle not long ago. The place of hibernation. In the previous battle, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Skyrock had both been injured, but their injuries were not serious. Although only 10 days had passed, they had completely recovered. After recovering, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Skyrock were in a dilemma. They were hesitating whether to immediately return to the nest of their race in the Second Universe and plan for the long term, or to choose to stay in this void fragment of the original universe and think of a way to take revenge. Although they were not a match for the Master of the Magic Hall, the Master of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land had a large number of subordinates. Could they still hide in the Forbidden Land star domain forever and never come out? With such a large number of subordinates, it was impossible for him to follow them all the time and take care of them in every way. Although it was a little shameless to do so, he could do it secretly. That way, no one would know, and at least he could vent his anger. Besides, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Remoteness Demon Crocodile had now arrived in this void fragment of the original universe. Although they had previously found an excuse to leave, they were not willing to accept it and would definitely come back. Moreover, these 2 old fellows were already powerful existences in the late stage of the primordial era when they were in the early stage of the primordial era. Although they were not as powerful as the Golden Divine Dragon, the Void Tortoise, and the Primordial Yaksha, they were not that far off. However, they were only 1 or 2 small stages apart. Now that they had suddenly suffered such a great humiliation, they would definitely recover at full speed. As long as they reached the 7th or 8th stage Desolate Master level, even one of them would be enough to crush that arrogant ape. Thinking of this, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Skyrock had basically decided to stay. If they were not angry, they would not be willing to leave just like that. Coincidentally, the 9 universe masters of the top 10 races in the Second Universe, including the Greedy Wolf race, the Silver G race, the Golden Eagle race, the Raging Bull race, the Colorful Python race, and the Tree Spirit race, arrived at the same time. They proposed to call on the great beings of the various races in the Second Universe to gather and form the Star Alliance. Then they would unite with the other powers of the Alliance to fight against the Magic Hall together. This proposal immediately brightened the eyes of the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Skyrock. In the second universe, hundreds of races, big and small, had established their headquarters in this fragment of space of the original universe. If they could gather together, there would be at least 30 universe masters and 200 universe knights. This was an extremely powerful force. If they could gather together, and with the two powerful early-stage desolate masters carrying the flag, they would definitely become a powerful alliance that could contend against the Magic Hall. More importantly, the Star Alliance was not the only alliance that had such power. There were at least 4 or 5 other similar alliances. If the strong were to combine, no matter how powerful the Magic Hall was, it would be difficult for them to do anything alone. They would definitely not be able to achieve anything great. Thinking of this, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Skyrock were instantly excited. They raised their heads and let out a roar howl. "I'll pass down my order. All the higher-ups of the races in the second universe, big and small, are to come and meet us. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4708. This fragment of the untainted land was extremely vast. Countless ominous beast forbidden lands and remnant star regions originally lived in various areas. But later, with the arrival of the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, some of the weaker ominous beast forbidden lands and remnant star regions fell one after another. The original living places became the headquarters of the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Now, a few powerful vicious beasts gathered together in a forbidden area, concentrating on occupying a certain area. It was the same for the remnant star regions. The more powerful remnant star regions that had not fallen gathered together one after another to help each other and defend against foreign enemies. But the other, more vast areas were divided up by the major races and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Among them, there were 4 large areas, 1 small area, and 4 large areas. The first large area was occupied by the slave clans from the first universe. The base camps of the slave clans from the first universe were not too far apart from each other. The second large area was dotted with a large number of headquarters of various races from the second universe. There were hundreds of them in total. And the 3 large areas belonged to the 2 camps of the human clan, the technology camp and the cultivation camp, as well as the former headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. However, the current Wanluo Federation only existed in name, but it had always had a close relationship with the 2 camps of the human clan. Even in this vast fragment of the untainted land, they still gathered together. The last small area could be said to be a remote corner. There lived the Demon Clan from the first universe, the Dark Turtle Clan from the second universe, and the Victorious Legion and the Heavenly River Army of the Sky River planet Lord Yixian. And this force could be said to be the weakest of the 4 large areas occupied by the 3 main planes of the starry sky. But although the Milky Way Star Lord Yixian hadn't shown himself and all the matters were handled by his chief steward Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, he still had a good relationship with the giant ferocious race of the first universe, as well as the humans of the third universe. And, in addition, the Netherworld Turtle Clan and the Demon Tribe were not to be trifled with. The area that they and the Heavenly River Territory Lord Yixian occupied was in a corner. Therefore, in all these years, there weren't any races or powers that deliberately came to provoke them, and they had been obediently holed up in the remote area and had never expanded. Therefore, all these years they had been living in peace. Now, with the appearance of the Magic Hall, the mysterious master of the Magic Hall had defeated the 9-headed blood dragon, the Sky Rock, the blood unicorn, and the 9 phantom demon crocodile, the 9 hell demon crocodile, and the 9 abyss demon crocodile lord, the 9 demon crocodile, and the 9. This shocked untainted land. Immediately after that, the Demon Palace Master sent an order to all the powers and races, requesting all the higher-ups above the level of Undying Emperors to head to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land soon and gather at the Demon Palace for an audience. And after a few days of deathly silence, the chaotic void of the untainted land fragment began to seethe in an instant, faced with the power of the Magic Hall. No power or race was willing to submit and be enslaved. Regardless of whether it was the races and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe or the space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era, they were all like this. The first to react was the second of the 4 regions occupied by the major clans and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. In this region, there were a large number of headquarters of the races from the second universe. There were hundreds of them. These hundreds of races were originally the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race. After all, among the top 10 races in the second universe, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race were the top 3. Besides, the second-generation ancestor of the Blood Dragon race, Crown Prince Dragon, had already arrived. His status was too high, and there was also a universe master at the peak of the 9th stage, the 6-headed Blood Dragon. Unfortunately, Crown Prince Dragon was too disappointing. He died tragically in his first battle in this space. The 9-headed Blood Dragon was even more shameless. He defected to the enemy and became the loyal lackey of the Master of the Magic Hall. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups of the hundreds of races from the second universe were all extremely dejected. At this moment, the first-generation ancestor of the Blood Dragon race and the Green Rock race, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock, suddenly arrived. This gave them a boost of confidence. After all, these were 2 supreme masters of the primordial era. However, before they could recover, the news of the Master of the Magic Hall defeating the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock by himself, as well as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Remoteness Demon Alligator, suddenly came. The higher-ups of the hundreds of races from the second universe were all caught off guard. They almost couldn't believe this fact. It was too difficult to accept. Just as they were feeling extremely dejected and anxious about the order of the Master of the Magic Hall, suddenly, another piece of news came. The 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock jointly issued an order, gathering all the higher-ups of the hundreds of races from the second universe. All of them were to rush to the Greedy Wolf Star area where the Greedy Wolf race was located. Listen, when they heard this news, the higher-ups of the hundreds of races were instantly refreshed. They were in a panic and didn't know how to deal with it. Now that there were 2 powerful supreme masters of the primordial era taking the lead, naturally, everyone instantly had a backbone. Although, it was said that the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock were no match for the Master of the Magic Hall. In the previous battle, even if they joined forces with the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Remoteness Demon Alligator, they were still defeated and fled. But, didn't they not die? They weren't even seriously injured. Otherwise, why would they appear in public again after only 10 days of this battle? Or, perhaps, these 2 powerful supreme masters of the primordial era only took the initiative to retreat, and that battle wasn't a battle of life and death. It was just to test the strength of the Master of the Magic Hall. More people were willing to believe that this was the truth. After all, no one was willing to accept the fact that the Demon Hall Master was so powerful that he had to fight 4 primordial supremes by himself. With joy and encouragement, the higher-ups of the hundreds of races all left the bases of their races and gathered in the Greedy Wolf Star area a few days later. No one. Some people knew what they secretly discussed, but the next day, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Green Sky Rock suddenly announced to the public that the Star Alliance was officially established, consisting of hundreds of races from the second universe. Joint, the 2 of them would be the commanders of the Alliance. In addition, there were more than 30 Universe Masters, nearly 200 Universe Knights, and more than 1,000 Undying Emperors under their command, as well as countless battleships of various levels. The area where the Star Alliance was stationed was originally the second largest area occupied by the top powers of the 3 main space planes. From this moment on, this area belonged to the Star Alliance, and no powers outside the Alliance were allowed to enter without permission. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4709. This was the first large area that was occupied by the top powers of the 3 main space planes. This area was occupied by the slave clans from the first universe. The base camps of the slave clans from the first universe were not too far away from each other. This included the Hell Ant race, Space Rat race, Ferocious race, Heavenly Centipede race, Horned Cow race, Mysterious Crystal race, Slime race, and so on. There were more than 100 slave races in the first universe, big and small. Among these 100 slave races, a third of them had universe masters, and a small number of them had universe supreme masters. There were even more universe knights and emperors. In general, among these 100 slave races, there were 4 universe supremes, 32 universe masters, over 100 universe knights, over 800 undying emperors, and countless ordinary forces below Emperor level and Warship level. Now, the 4 Universe Supreme Beings, 32 Universe Masters, and more than 100 Universe Knights were gathered in Hell Ant Star Sector, the headquarters of the Hell Ant clan. They were discussing something in secret. In fact, many of these upper echelons were old acquaintances of Yi Xian. Back then, during the chaos of the 3 main space planes, Yi Xian had secretly established a nameless alliance. Of course, it was left unsettled. That nameless alliance had 9 Sector Lord level Gold Elders, such as Demon Emperor Mo Zhutian, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Mosquito Butcher, Space Rat Race Sector Lord Gold Rat Big Teeth, Hell Ant Race Sector Lord Blood Ant, Ferocious Beast Race Sector Lord Ferocious Beast, and so on. Now that the 3 main space planes were no longer the mainstream and had become the backlands of the various races and powers, the nameless alliance no longer existed, and it was meaningless to mention it again. However, among the upper echelons of the slave races in the first universe, there were a few old fellows, and they were the Gold Elders of the Nameless Alliance. For example, Space Rat Race Sector Lord Gold Rat Big Teeth, Hell Ant Race Sector Lord Blood Ant, and Ferocious Race Sector Lord whose name Yi Xian couldn't even remember, and so on. The 3 of them were all Sector Lords back then, but now they had all become Universe Supremes. This was most likely due to the awakening of the 1st or 2nd generation ancestor in their ancestral land, who had used a secret technique to raise their cultivation base. Among the more than 100 slave races in the first universe, there were a total of 4 Universe Supreme Beings, all of whom were at the early stage of this level. Other than these 3 old men, there was another one from the Heavenly Centipede race, who was at the early stage of the 2nd level of Universe Supreme. Now, the 4 Universe Supremes were gathering 32 Universe Masters and more than 100 Universe Knights in the headquarters of the slave clans of more than 100 First Universes to discuss important matters. Not long ago, they had heard that the races of the 2nd Universe had formed the Star Alliance and were working together to fight against the Magic Hall. They couldn't sit still, obviously having the same idea. Unfortunately, after a series of discussions, there was still no final result. The hall fell into a short silence. Then, the higher-ups of the various clans sighed and spoke one after another. In terms of overall power, we aren't weaker than the races of the 2nd Universe. The Emperors and Emperors below the level of Emperor, as well as the battleships and other forces, even though we have fewer than them, including the Emperors, we have 300 to 400 less. However, we have 4 Universe Supremes, while they don't even have 1. Comparing the 2, our overall power is about the same. What a pity! They have the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Skyrock, 2 powerful primordial supreme beings, who are enough to hold up the flag of the Star Alliance. However, our strongest beings are only 4 Universe Supremes. We don't even have a primordial supreme being, let alone a primordial supreme being. There's nothing we can do about it. The 1st generation ancestor of our race is still sleeping. I'm afraid he won't be able to come to this fragment of space for the time being. Without a primordial supreme being, we don't have any top-tier power. Facing the powerful master of the Magic Hall, we don't have any confidence at all. It seems that our alliance of 10,000 races won't be able to be formed here, at least for now. I can't accept this. Are we going to be enslaved by the master of the Magic Hall? I don't see any hope. At this point, the group of high-ranking officials of the First Universe shook their heads and sighed. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Hong Long Long. Sila. Right at this moment, in the space not far from the base camp of the Hell Ant clan, there was an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, there were 2 clear and crisp sounds. The group of high-ranking officials of various races were stunned. Their faces were filled with vigilance, and they all turned around subconsciously. In their line of sight, 2 huge space cracks appeared out of nowhere. 2 figures that had shrunk to about 30,000 feet walked out of them. They were none other than the Bloody Unicorn and the 9-Hell Demon Alligator at this moment. As soon as they arrived, the godly consciousness of the Bloody Unicorn and the 9-Hell Demon Alligator rang out. The voice resounded, and it enveloped the entire hellish ant-stellar region. Everyone heard it clearly. An alliance of 10,000 races? That sounds good. I'm a little interested. What you lack is a commander with peak combat strength, but what we lack is subordinates. Why don't we join forces for the time being? The two of us will join forces with more than 100 races to form this alliance of 10,000 races. Although the two of us aren't from the races of the first universe, we're only temporarily joining forces. At least it's better than you being enslaved by the magic hall, right? In the future, when the first-generation ancestor of your race descends to this fragment of the primordial world, the two of us can negotiate with them and continue to work together. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider. If you're not interested, seeing that you're also enemies of the magic hall, the two of us won't make things difficult for you. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. At most, we can recruit other races and forces as our subordinates. This void is so vast, there's no lack of these. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the first universe who were in the midst of a secret discussion were all startled. They looked at each other, but their eyes were clearly showing signs of interest. The four universe supremes, Big Teeth Golden Rat of the Space Rat race, Bloody Ant of the Hell Ant race, the leader of the Giant Ferocious race, and the ancestor of the Sky Centipede race, immediately exchanged glances and started a secret discussion with their godly consciousnesses. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, their discussion came to a conclusion. The four universe supremes, 32 universe masters, and more than 100 universe knights stood up almost at the same time. They cupped their fists and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Desolate Knight Alliance Leader." Half a day later, the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Alligator suddenly announced to the public that the alliance of 10,000 races formed by more than 100 races of various sizes in the first universe was officially established. The two of them would be the commanders of the alliance. Other than that, there were 4 universe supremes, more than 30 universe masters, and more than 100 universe knights under their command. And the area where the alliance of 10,000 races was stationed was originally the second largest area. From this moment on, this area belonged to the alliance of 10,000 races, and no powers outside the alliance could enter without permission. Chapter 47:10. The announcement of the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile immediately caused an uproar in the void of the Chaos Fragment. Out of the 4 territories occupied by the major races and factions of the 3 main planes of the starry sky, 2 of them had already formed the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Not only did these 2 alliances have a large lineup, but they were also led by 2 powerful primordial supremes. On the surface, their overall strength surpassed that of the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Of course, this was without taking into account the freakish strength of the Master of the Magic Hall. Moreover, whether it was the 9-headed Blood Wyrm, the Azure Sky Rock, the Crimson Unicorn, and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, they were all archenemies of the Master of the Magic Hall. Therefore, when these 2 alliances were formed, the other major powers were well aware of it. If the Magic Hall made any major moves, they would definitely join forces to resist the Magic Hall. When they realized this, the other races and factions immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, the Magic Hall was the only major power in the void of the Chaos Fragment. Moreover, it had issued an edict to the other races and factions, requesting for their leaders to meet with the Master of the Chaos Fragment. In the face of the Magic Hall, the other races and factions were terrified and didn't know what to do. But now that the Star Alliance and the Alliance of all races had appeared out of nowhere, they didn't have to worry. Even if they didn't meet with the Demon Hall Master, the Demon Hall Master would be enraged. When the time came, the Demon Hall Master would definitely seek out the Star Alliance and Alliance of all races first. However, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races were equally powerful. This made the other races and factions more vigilant, because they might become the second or third Magic Hall in the future. In order to survive in this situation, a sheet of loose sand wasn't enough. They had to rely on the path of a strong alliance. This was especially true for the ferocious beasts and primordial survivors who originally lived in the void of the Chaos Fragment. After all, although the Magic Hall was powerful and arrogant, it was still a hodgepodge. There were races and factions from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, but there were also ferocious beasts and tribes that originally lived in the void of the Chaos Fragment. However, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races were different. They were purely from the 3 main planes of the starry sky and were the archenemies of all ferocious beasts and tribes. Under such circumstances, after a short silence for a day, an important piece of news suddenly came. The ferocious beasts, Of the ferocious beasts. Of ferocious beasts. Alliance. Of the ferocious alliance. From. Although the current beast alliance didn't have a supreme of the ancients, in order to carry this banner, the higher-ups of one of the top forbidden zones gritted their teeth and paid a certain price to awaken a slumbering supreme of the great beasts in advance. This powerful ancient ferocious beast was at the late stage of the primordial era. Although he was not a primordial era supreme, it was said that he had a secret technique that allowed him to have a terrifying combat power comparable to a primordial era supreme for a short time. In addition, the Ferocious Beast Alliance had 18 Universe Supremes, more than 50 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, more than 1,000 Undying Emperors, and countless ferocious beasts of all levels. Except for the absence of a Primordial Era Supreme, the overall strength of the Ferocious Beast Alliance surpassed that of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Once the news spread, the primordial survivors, who gathered in the other corner of the void of the Chaos Fragment, couldn't sit still. Like the Ferocious Beast Alliance, they were also indigenous people of the void of the Chaos Fragment. But in fact, the ferocious beasts and the primordial survivors were natural enemies. Now that the ominous beasts had formed an alliance, coupled with the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance from the three main planes of the starry skies, the survivors felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, because these three powerful alliances were all their enemies. So, after another day, another piece of news came from the other corner of the void where the primordial survivors gathered. From this moment on, the remaining 100 or so tribes of the primordial survivors would gather together and form the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors. Similarly, the Alliance of the Primordial Era Supreme didn't exist. But with the Ferocious Beast Alliance as an example, in order to carry the banner of the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors, one of the higher-ups of the Primordial Survivors gritted his teeth and, after paying a certain price, woke up a powerful being of the Primordial Survivors in advance. This powerful being of the Primordial Survivors was also at the late stage of the Primordial Era Supreme Being. Although he wasn't a Primordial Era Supreme Being, it was said that he had some kind of secret technique that allowed him to have a terrifying combat power comparable to that of a Primordial Era Supreme Being for a short period of time. This was obviously a serious competition with the Ferocious Beast Alliance, but there was nothing wrong with it. Besides, the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors also had a high level of combat power. There were 20 Universe Supremes, more than 60 Universe Masters, more than 100 Universe Knights, more than 1,000 Undying Emperors, and countless powerful beings of various levels of battleships and survivors. There was no doubt that, except for the absence of a Primordial Era Supreme Being, the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors had surpassed the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races in all aspects. Even the newly formed Ferocious Beast Alliance was slightly inferior to the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors. As soon as the news of the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors spread out, the boundless void of the Primordial Survivors was thoroughly stirred up. It had only been half a month since the Master of the Magic Hall issued the summons, but the forces of the Primordial Survivors, which were originally a sheet of loose sand, had unexpectedly formed four powerful alliances one after another. The Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Ferocious Beast Alliance, and the Alliance of the Primordial Survivors. All of this took people by surprise, but after the initial shock, the great beings of the various forces and races were all jubilant. This was because the emergence of such a general trend represented that the voices against the Magic Hall were so unanimous. Although the Master of the Magic Hall had a heaven-defying combat power, after the emergence of the four alliances, the situation of the Magic Hall being the sole dominant force was obviously no longer possible. Moreover, the emergence of the four alliances in such a short period of time was obviously not the end. If there were no accidents, it was very likely that a fifth or sixth powerful alliance would appear later. This was because of the four areas occupied by the forces of the three main planes of the Primordial Survivors. There were still two areas, one large and one small, that had not shown any signs of activity. One was occupied by the Dark Turtle Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Sky River Horde leaders Sky River Legion and the Victorious Return Legion, which only occupied a small area in a corner. The other was one of the three large areas occupied by the two camps of the Human Clan and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. At this moment, after the emergence of the four alliances in such a short period of time, The great beings of the primordial survivors immediately turned their eyes to the two areas, one large and one small. Chapter 47:11. The human clan of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation were the first to enter this void fragment of the primitive world. Now that decades had passed, the human clan's development in this void fragment of the primitive world had become extremely impressive. Of the 4 regions occupied by the various races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies, the human clan's 2 camps and the myriad sifting federation occupied the largest region. It was located in the southern region of the entire void. In this area, the human clan science and technology camp, the cultivation camp, and the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation formed a tripartite balance of power. They supported each other and guarded each other. Over the past decades, the various forces and major races in this void fragment of the primitive world did not dare to provoke this star field in the southern part of the primitive world. Here, the human clan science and technology camp had countless battleships. In addition to the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, even the superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters had been developed and mass-produced. Now, there were more than 1 million of them. Every single one of these ships was comparable to a small planet. What's more, D-Air, the state preceptor of the human clan science and technology camp, had come here in person. D-Air's mechanical clan came with him. Although they were dormant and rarely showed up, they were a deterrent. This was only one of the 2 camps of the human clan. The other camp of the cultivation camp was also extremely powerful and had super battleships with a diameter of more than 1 million meters. The mysterious Heaven Palace of the 10 Palaces also appeared this time and sent a high-level leader to guard this place. In addition, there was also the even more mysterious Wan Luo Federation. Although they had been keeping a low profile, it was said that among the elders of the headquarters of the Federation, there was a Supreme Federation elder whose cultivation was second only to Supreme Primordial. For this reason, over the past few decades, no matter whether it was the ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area, the tribes of the survivors, or the other tribes and forces from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, they did not dare to provoke them easily. But now, the 4 alliances had appeared out of nowhere. Even the Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance each had a late-stage Supreme Primordial. The Alliance of 10,000 races formed by the races of the First Universe and the Star Alliance formed by the races of the Second Universe each had 2 Primordial Supremes. On top of that, the Master of the Magic Hall, who was extremely powerful, and the Magic Hall under his command. It could be said that the loose alliance formed by the 2 human factions and the myriad Luo Federation had instantly lost its advantage in terms of combat strength. In the face of the current situation, if they still did not express their stance and work closely together, as time slowly passed, they would most likely be left further and further behind by the Demon Hall and the 4 great alliances. The upper echelons of the 2 human factions and the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation were clearly aware of this situation. Currently, the core higher-ups of the 3 parties had already gathered at the border of the 3 camps, and were discussing this matter in secret. The place where they were discussing this matter was a giant life star. This star was full of vitality. Currently, the upper echelons of the 3 human factions, as well as the upper echelons of the smaller human factions, were all gathered here. Among them, Imperial Elder Long Ziwen and the others from the human clan's Undying Dynasty, as well as Huai Dongzi and the others from the myriad Luo Federation, could be seen. However, they weren't the core higher-ups. However, their cultivation bases and strength were far from what they used to be. They were either Undying Emperors, or Emperors. Even at the periphery, some of the younger generation supreme talents of the various factions could be seen, including Fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Unfettered Z, Fairy Yinxia, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Z, Chou Dofu, Yu Xianlong, and the others. They had many interactions with Yi Xian back then. Some belonged to the cultivation camp, while others followed the general trend and joined the human clan science and technology camp, or the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. Among them, there were even a few fellows who had the devouring system in their bodies. Of course, in the competition for the title of the system, they lost to Yi Xian. Therefore, the devouring system they possessed could only be considered as a vassal of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. The core area was located at the peak of a giant mountain on the star. There weren't many people here, only 11 of them. However, all of them were the core higher-ups of the human clan's 2 major factions and the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. For the human clan's two major factions, the undying emperors had yet to descend upon this void fragment of the universe. The person in charge here was Imperial Tutor Di. Beside Di sat three Imperial elders. Yixin hadn't seen them before. They were all supreme beings of the primordial era, but now they were accompanying Di. Based on this fact alone, Di, whose cultivation base and strength couldn't be discerned, was enough to make one's imagination run wild. As for the cultivation camp, the person in charge here was an elder of the Tianjue Palace. He had long eyebrows and cheeks, and his cultivation base and strength had reached the 6th level of the supreme being of the primordial era, which was the peak of the middle stage of this realm. In addition, there were two elders of the Tianjue Palace to his left and right. One was in a white robe while the other was in a black robe. Their cultivation base and strength were also of the supreme being of the primordial era. However, they were at the first and second stage of this realm, which was the initial stage. Just from the two major factions of the human clan, there were 7 supreme beings of the primordial era. In fact, there were 4 people sitting in the other corner. They were all from the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Although these 4 people were also in human form, in fact, 2 of them had the bloodline of ferocious beasts. Similarly, these 4 people were also supreme beings of the primordial era. One of them was at the 8th level of this realm, while the other 3 were at the initial stage. The 11 people sitting on the peak were all supreme beings of the primordial era. If this scene were to spread, even the higher-ups of the 4 major alliances would be shocked. In fact, other than these 11 supreme beings of the primordial era, the 2 major factions of the human clan and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation had a total of 36 universe supreme beings, over 100 universe masters, over 300 universe knights, and over 2,000 undying emperors. There were also countless battleships and battleships below the level of emperors. After exchanging pleasantries, the 11 supreme beings of the primordial era changed the topic and started to talk about serious matters. The first to speak was Di, the imperial preceptor of the human tribe's everlasting dynasty. He turned around and glanced at the crowd with a solemn expression. Then he said, "Fellow Taoists, the general situation of the void in the untainted land has changed. What do you think?" The other 10 supreme beings of the primordial era exchanged glances and nodded, speaking one after another. "The races of the first universe and the second universe of the 3 space masters have formed a new alliance. This is the general trend. We should go with it." "That's right. In this area, besides the 3 of us, there are also a large number of small human clan forces and sections. They usually do their own thing and haven't joined forces. Now, it's time to form an alliance and incorporate them. In my opinion, this alliance should be called the Human Federation. I believe all the powers and sects of the human clan, as well as the races that still have feelings for the original Myriad Luo Federation, will gather here." Chapter 47:12. In my opinion, we should call this alliance the Human Race Federation. I believe all the human forces and sects, as well as the races that still have feelings for the original Wan Luo Federation, will gather here. The last person to speak was an Almighty Federation elder from the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. This person was not a human, but he had the bloodline of a ferocious beast. Furthermore, he had already returned to his ancestral roots. He had been in the Myriad Luo Federation for tens of thousands of years and had already entered the Almighty Realm. He had red hair and a red beard, and he looked mighty and extraordinary. At this moment, the red-haired, powerful figure was halfway through his sentence when he snorted. His face immediately became gloomy and displeased. He continued, for example, Yixin, the master of Sky River, who was conferred the title by the undying dynasty of your human race's technology camp. He has quite a number of forces around him. The Dark Turtle clan from the second universe, the Demon Man clan from the first universe, and his own Sky River army is also very large. He even created a victorious return army in the Death Star region, and he has quite a number of battleships. No matter how strong Yixin is, he can only fight those below the Undying Emperor level. Although so many years have passed, and his strength must have improved, he can only reach the Undying Emperor level at most. Even if we include his incomparable talent and the various secret treasures in his hands, his individual combat power is only at the Undying Emperor level at most. If this person refuses to gather, then he will. The fact that they have gathered here shows that they are disloyal. How can they remain? At this point, the red-haired, powerful figure's face became even more gloomy. To be honest, I have long disliked that kid. He is the master of Sky River who was conferred the title by the dynasty, and the Wanluo Federation has already given him face. Now, after entering this primeval world fragment, he actually didn't gather with us. Instead, he mingled with the Devilman race and the Nether Turtle race and hid in an extremely distant area. Clearly, he's made his stand clear and doesn't want to work with us. In my opinion, if he is sensible and takes the initiative to gather here after the establishment of the Human Federation, it will be fine. Seeing that the Sky River Army and the Victorious Return Army under his command are not bad, and he also brought the Demon Man clan and the Dark Turtle clan, we will not be calculative with him. However, if this kid does not know how to appreciate kindness and still do things his own way, I suggest that after the establishment of the Human Federation, we immediately send troops to suppress him. Since it is the Human Federation, all the forces of the current human race should gather here. With him as an example, I believe that some of the small forces of the human race who are still wavering will gather here one after another. During this critical period, it is time to add fuel to the fire and help them make a decision. What's more, although that kid surnamed Yez cultivation is not strong, and there are no powerful existences in his camp, the treasures in his hands are truly extraordinary. Whether it's the Medicine King Cauldron or those great battles in the starry sky, their power is extremely extraordinary. It is a waste to leave them in his hands. Now that the situation is dangerous, these treasures should make a greater contribution to the Human Federation. I wonder, what do you think of these words and ideas? After saying that, the red-haired powerful figure turned to look at the others, and his gaze finally fell on the Imperial Preceptor, Di'er. After all, Yi Xian was the master of Sky River, conferred by the Immortal Dynasty. The final decision of this matter was naturally up to the dynasty. He was not the only one. In fact, everyone's gazes were gathered on the Imperial Preceptor, Di'er. They were quietly waiting for his final decision. This matter is very difficult for me. Di'er fell into deep thought. After a while, he sighed faintly, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. Although what I said just now is indeed reasonable, the current situation is like this. As a member of the human clan, Star Master Yi indeed shouldn't be in a different camp from us. But after all, he is a well-known powerful figure of the human race. His reputation in the three main dimensions of the starry sky is not to be underestimated, especially in the Immortal Dynasty. Even if his ideas are wrong, I can't bear to attack him. But, at this point, Di'er suddenly changed the topic. After pausing for a while, he sighed and said again, "But if the three of us form the Human Federation, then this matter can't be decided by me alone. There are a total of 11 powerful figures present. All of them are core members of the Human Federation. They have the right to vote on any matter, big or small. So, as to how Star Master Yi should be dealt with, in my opinion, how about we all vote together?" Hearing this, although the other 10 people did not speak and their expressions did not change, they could not help but secretly despise Di'er. Was there any need to say what the result would be if they voted together? Di'er's suggestion was clearly to pull everyone together to bear the consequences of this matter. After all, Yi Xian's reputation in the human race was still very high. If he were to make a move against him and something serious happened, he would definitely be blamed for all the consequences after this incident, since he was the only one who had expressed his stance. Now that they had all voted together, there was naturally no need to worry about this. The Imperial Preceptor is right. In my opinion, let's vote. Then let's vote. After a short silence, Tai Hongtian, the most powerful figure in the Federation headquarters, who had reached Primordial Age Level 8, nodded and finally made the decision. Beside him, the leader of the Cultivators' camp, who was also the Primordial Age Level 6 elder with long eyebrows from Tianju Palace, also nodded. Since the leaders of the three major forces had agreed, there was nothing else to discuss about this matter. Immediately, after pondering for a while, everyone made a decision. In the end, out of the 11 people, except for the Imperial Preceptor, Di'er, who did not raise his hand, the other 10 people all agreed to attack Yi Xian. Of course, that was because Yi Xian did not know how to appreciate favors. After the Human Federation was established, he stayed outside alone and did not come to the Federation just like before. The Imperial Preceptor is still too soft-hearted. But he is also fair. Since that is the case, this matter is settled. This result made the red-haired figure extremely satisfied. He turned and grinned at the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. Then, his expression suddenly darkened and he changed the topic. Then, he said, "In that case, I will immediately arrange to spread the news of the Human Federation's establishment. At the same time, I will issue an edict requesting all the forces and sects of the human race, big and small, to gather here. Those who disobey will be punished as traitors of the human race. I hope that Sky River Star Master Yi Xian can understand the situation. Otherwise, if he doesn't come in a month, I will personally lead the troops to suppress him." Hearing this, the other 9 primordial age figures nodded. Only the Imperial Preceptor, Dr. suddenly thought of something and sighed faintly, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Chapter 47:13. Overnight, the news of the establishment of the Human Federation spread like wildfire. As the news spread, the entire vast untainted land fragment was in an uproar. All the alliances and forces were discussing this matter. All of their words were filled with shock. Because before this, no one would have thought that the upper echelons of the human race and the former headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation in this fragment of the great desolate world had actually reached such a shocking level. Including Dr. the Imperial Preceptor of the Everlasting Dynasty, there were 11 primordial grandmasters from the 2 human camps and the former headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. This was unimaginable. It could be said that before the 9-headed blood dragon, the Cyan Sky Rock, the Crimson Unicorn, and the 9 remoteness demon alligator were born, they were the most powerful beings in this vast space. 11 primordial beings, they were more than enough to sweep through this space. Realizing this point, they were all shocked. Those who had thought about attacking them in the past were all sweating profusely. Luckily, they didn't attack in the end. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Other than these 11 primordial beings, the Human Federation formed by the 2 camps and the Wan Luo Federation had a total of 36 Universe Supremes, over 100 Universe Masters, over 300 Universe Knights, and over 2,000 Undying Emperors. There were also countless battleships and battleships under the titled Emperor level. It could be said that other than the Primordial Supreme, this newly formed Human Federation was definitely the most powerful of all the alliances. Even the Magic Hall was nothing compared to the Human Federation, if one didn't consider the Magic Hall Master's personal power. After all, the Magic Hall only had 1 Universe Supreme, and he was only a beginner. So far, 5 of the 7 camps in the void of the fragment of the untainted land had formed an alliance. These 5 alliances were: the Myriad Race Alliance formed by the races of the First Universe, the Star Alliance formed by the races of the Second Universe, the Human Federation formed by the human race of the Third Universe and the Wan Luo Federation, as well as the Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance formed by the Aborigines of the void of this piece of untainted land. The last 2 places, one was the Demon Palace that had caused all of this, and the other was the camp of the Heavenly River Star Master Yi Xian. The Devil Hall had long been a unified and powerful force. Naturally, it was impossible for the situation to change. The individual combat prowess of the Devil Hall Lord was too strong. There was no possibility for the camp under his command to cause any waves. As for whether or not the last camp of Yi Xian, the leader of the Sky River planet, would they form an alliance? At this moment, it attracted the attention of all the great beings. The overall strength of this camp was not to be underestimated. Yi Xian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance, hadn't shown himself. For the past few decades, he had been cultivating in seclusion. The outside world speculated that his cultivation level should have at least reached the level of Emperor. Although in the current era where great beings of the Primordial Era and supreme beings of the Primordial Era appeared, being an Undying Emperor wasn't a big deal anymore. However, the Sky River Army and the Victorious Return Army under his command had countless battleships. They occupied a large number of abandoned planets in that remote area, built battleships and intelligent robot production lines, and developed all kinds of research and development. It was said that they had developed a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. This alone was enough to attract the attention of all parties. What's more, all these years, the demon race of the first universe and the dark turtle race of the second universe had never left Yixian, the leader of the Sky River planet. After entering the space fragment and meeting with him, they had been waiting by his side, advancing and retreating together. The dark turtle race and the demon race were the top races in the first and second universes. Now, it was said that they had moved their entire race here, and it was said that the ancestors of the various eras who were in hibernation had also been brought here. When necessary, they could be awakened at any time by paying a certain price. After the ancestors of the various eras, there might be great beings of the primordial era and supreme beings of the primordial era. It could be said that all these years, the reason why no other power dared to touch the two armies of the heavenly river star master Yixian was closely related to the nether turtle and demon cultivator clans that had never abandoned him. In addition to these two races, in the corner of the space where this camp resided, there were a large number of idle forces and families of the human race. They were all followers and fans of Yixian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance. Some of them were even from the races of the first universe and the second universe. Of course, most of them actually left the camp of the human race's immortal dynasties. For example, the Shenyuan family, the Duamu family, Bodhi technology, the Bailey family, Life Genes, and so on were all famous forces of the human race's immortal dynasties. But now, they were all gathered around the camp of Yixian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance, advancing and retreating with him. It could be said that the scattered forces of the various large clans, the two armies of the heavenly river star master Yixian, and the two armies of the nether turtle and the demon cultivator were definitely able to form an alliance. Even if their overall strength was at the bottom of the various large alliances, they would at least be able to hold up a large flag and no longer be in a state of disunity. But in fact, 4 or 5 days had passed since the establishment of the Human Race Federation, but there was still no movement in this camp. Looking at this situation, it was clear that there was no sign of complying with the general trend and raising a flag to form an alliance. Just as the experts of the various forces were puzzled, in the Human Race Federation, which had just been established a few days ago, a great being from the primordial era suddenly appeared and officially issued the first decree of the Federation. The content of this decree of the Federation was very simple, but it was extremely strict. The decree required all the forces and sects of the human race, big and small, to gather together. Those who disobeyed the decree would be judged as traitors of the human race. 1 month later, the Human Race Federation would send troops to suppress them. As soon as this news spread, the entire vast fragment of the untainted land was in an uproar again. The experts of the various forces once again looked at the camp of Yixian, the leader of the Milky Way Star Alliance, because anyone could see that this order was directed at them. The Milky Way Star Alliance had originally been conferred the title of Milky Way Star Alliance by the immortal dynasty of the human race. Now, among the large number of idle forces and families in the star area around Yixian's camp, more than 80% were from the human race. The other small forces and families were naturally not qualified for the giant Human Race Federation to officially send troops to suppress them. Only the Milky Way Star Alliance's leader, Yixian, was qualified for this. For a moment, all kinds of discussions were in an uproar. The experts of the various forces were all guessing whether the Milky Way Star Alliance's leader, Yixian, would comply with the general trend and return to the Human Race Federation. However, no matter what choice he made, the final result would be revealed in a month's time. Everyone was waiting with bated breaths. Chapter 47:14. Only 1 month had passed since the 3-month deadline set by the Master of the Magic Hall. There were still 2 months left before the meeting with the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, the last notice that the Federation of Human Beings sent to the idle families and forces of the humankind that stayed outside the original world fragment was also 1 month. Also, in other words, if the Master of the Sky River Star, Yixian, did not return to the Human Race Federation with his army in a month's time, the Human Race Federation would send troops to suppress him. At that time, there was still 1 month left before the meeting with the Master of the Magic Hall. It was enough for the Human Federation to reorganize the forces that had suddenly expanded after the punitive expedition by the various idle forces. Unknowingly, there were rumors in the outside world that the Human Race Federation's only target this time was the Master of the Sky River Star, Yixian. This was the truth, and anyone with a discerning eye could easily see. Under such circumstances, all the forces, including the other 4 of the Big 5 alliances, immediately focused their attention on the remote corner occupied by the master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, his army, and the families that followed him. Counter, however, the mysterious magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun had not made any moves in the past month. It seemed to have turned a blind eye to the actions of all the major races and forces in the outside world. For a time, the experts from all sides paid less attention to the magic hall. Sky River Star, Sky River Star. This place was actually not called the Sky River Star, and the huge life star in the center was not called the Sky River Star either. It originally belonged to a remnant tribe and was a remnant star domain, but Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had changed its name after the Milky Way Army and the Victorious Return Army joined forces with the Demonkin race and the Nether Turtle race to capture this place. Heavens, the Sky River Star was located in a remote corner of this chaos fragment, but it was still hundreds of millions of miles wide and had countless life stars and ferocious beasts. Heavens, the Milky Way Star was located in the central region of this star field. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples, who were currently in charge of the Milky Way Army and the Victorious Return Army in Yi Xian's place, were stationed on the Milky Way Star. The Heavenly River Army and the Victorious Return Army are in the vicinity of the Heavenly River planet. Here, the left region behind the star field was the Demon race. Back to his right was the Nether Turtle clan. In the first half of the star field, a large number of clans and forces from the three main planes of the starry sky had come because of the Sky River Star Master. They were scattered, and there were quite a number of them. More, there were many places where itinerant cultivators gathered. All in all, it was full of vitality and prosperity. However, whether it was the Dark Tortoise clan, the Demon tribe, or the various forces and families that had gathered here for no apparent reason, none of them were vassals of Yi Xian, the master of the Heavenly River Star. There was no subordinate relationship between them. They had only gathered here because they shared the same interests. Although they had not formed any close alliance, they were not like a sheet of loose sand. The cohesion between them was not bad. The ancestors of the Dark Tortoise clan and the Demon tribe had not shown themselves in these past few years. For example, the Dark Tortoise clan ancestor and the Demon Emperor Mo Detian were said to be in seclusion. Their current strength was unknown. Ming, the leader of the Dark Tortoise clan today, was the clan leader Mingjiu, who was now an emperor. Demon, the current leader of the human race, was the current generation Demon Emperor Mo Dao Tian, and his current strength was emperor level. Arrival Yu Wen Tu was now a titled Undying. However, no one knew whether he had cultivated to this level or recovered it. Arrival, as for that Bu Lianqi, he was still only an emperor. Other than that, the Heavenly River Star Master Yi Xian had another important figure under his command, Du Wenxian. Yi Xian had met him in the Demon tribe's Black Mosquito Scout Fortress, but everything had changed. Now, Du Wendu had become the brain of the Victorious Return Army and the Heavenly River Legion. His strength had also reached the emperor level. Arrival, the members of the Brain Trust were basically all officials and emperors. These guys were the elites of various races that Yi Xian had released from the bottom of the Black Wind battleship. There were more than 10,000 of them. Over the past few years, all the forces in the Heavenly River Star Zone had not expanded and were instead focused on cultivating. However, they had always been paying close attention to the situation in the outside world. The scouts that were sent out naturally went back and forth endlessly. They never stopped. Thus, the scouts were sent back and forth. Therefore, all the great beings in the Heavenly River Star were able to know everything that happened in the outside world immediately. Right now, the situation in the void fragment of the untainted land had changed so much in just 1 month. Naturally, they were aware of it. Previously, when the master of the Magic Hall had issued an edict, requesting all the high-ranking officials above the level of emperor, it had caused an uproar in the Heavenly River Star Zone. Then, the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Ferocious Beast Alliance, the Survivor Alliance, and the Human Federation were established one after another. All the great beings in the Heavenly River Star Zone were talking about it, but they were not exactly shocked. They just watched quietly like outsiders. However, just 1 day ago, the scouts sent out by the Heavenly River Legion suddenly sent a message. They said, it was that the newly established Human Federation had suddenly issued an order, requesting all the great and small forces and sects of the human clan to gather. Those who disobeyed would be judged as traitors of the human clan. In 1 month, the Human Federation would launch a crusade. Their spearhead was clearly directed at the Heavenly River Legion, the Victorious Return Legion, and the various small forces of the human clan that had gathered in the Heavenly River Star Zone. As well as the rogue cultivators, this matter immediately caused a great disturbance in the Heavenly River Star. Such as, the strength of the Human Federation was obvious to all. If they launched a crusade against the Heavenly River Star Zone, the result was self-evident. There was no suspense at all. It could be said that Yi Xian, the Lord of the Heavenly River Star, had no chance of winning at all. This, under such circumstances, not only the various forces that had gathered in the Heavenly River Star, but also the leaders of the various families could not sit still. They all came to the Heavenly River Star, requesting to see the Lord of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian. Even the higher-ups of the Hell Turtle clan and the Demon Man clan had hurried over. The leader of the Demon Man clan was the current Demon Emperor, Mo Wention. His strength had reached the late stage of the Emperor realm. Accompanying him was the Demon Man Imperial Uncle, who had reached the Emperor realm. There were also some higher-ups of the Demon Man clan who had basically reached the Emperor realm. Among them, one could see the figure of the Demon Emperor Guard Commander, Chanas. This guy had been possessed by Wenxing long ago. He originally wanted to use this method to get close to Yi Xian, but he never found the opportunity. Later, he lay dormant among the Demon Man clan. Unexpectedly, he had followed him to this void fragment of the untainted land. The strength he displayed now was actually at Emperor level as well. However, the only thing was, yes, on the surface he displayed the strength of an Emperor realm. Was it his true strength, or was it just to match the identity of Chanas? No one knew. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 47:15. In addition to this team from the demon race, a second team was approaching from another direction. This team came from the Dark Turtle clan, and there were only a dozen of them. The leader was the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, Mingjiu. He was a titled emperor, and the elders behind him were all titled emperors or emperors. Of course, they weren't displaying their bloodline true bodies. Instead, they had transformed into human appearances. They all looked like hunched old men, which was quite interesting. What was surprising was that, in addition to that, there was a third team coming from the area directly behind the Sky River sector. Leader. The leader was a burly man with red eyes and a ferocious face. His cultivation base was already at the level of a titled emperor. There were a dozen people behind him, and they were all titled emperors or emperors. If they saw this person, even Yi Xian would be shocked. He was obviously the Mad Mosquito Emperor. In fact, the entire Blood Mosquito race had been brought to this void fragment by the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and they had been hibernating in the Sky River Star Field. The outside world only knew that Yi Xian had the Dark Turtle and the Demon race, but they didn't know that there was also the Blood Mosquito race. Dang. However, the strongest warrior of the Blood Mosquito race was the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Unlike the Demon race and the Dark Turtle race, they still had their ancestors from various eras, especially the Dark Turtle race. Their ancestor was a giant void turtle, and he was a pinnacle desolate master. In fact, the Demon race couldn't compare to the Dark Turtle race in terms of ancestor level. They were more or less the same as the Blood Mosquito race. Mosquito, Old 2, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the first-generation Demon Emperor Mo Jutian were all from the same generation. Dang. In the beginning, the guest from the mother planet, who was Xingbo, had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his clan. Among them, there were 3 juniors from the human race and 2 ferocious beasts. One of them was the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, and the other was the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito. Among the 5 followers, 3 of them had left their bloodlines in the 3 main planes of the universe, and then left with Xingbo to the Hongmeng Void. Among them, one of them was the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito emperor, the father of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. Now, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body had entered a nesting star. When the next Hongmeng era began, he would become a powerful chaos demon god like Yi Xian's strongest body. The father of the original body, the desolate ancient ferocious mosquito emperor, had possessed his own grandson, Prince Shui Ben, and was nowhere to be found. As for the other 2 pursuers, One of them had left behind Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's true body. Of course, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's true body was a loner, and so was Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. He had no descendants. Now, Old Man Mosquito Butcher's original body had also been possessed by his own father, and his whereabouts were also unknown. As for the follower of Xing Bo who left behind the devil person bloodline, he and another person had already died in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in the primordial chaos void, their souls scattered. This follower of Xingbua had left behind a descendant in one of the three main planes of the universe. In other words, his son was the first-generation demon emperor. By from this, it could be seen that there was no one with a higher seniority than the first demon emperor in the demon race. However, the demon emperors after the first demon emperor were still in hibernation. It had already been tens of thousands of years, so it was possible that there was no one with a higher cultivation base than the first demon emperor at this moment as the leaders of the Hell Turtles, the demons, and the Blood Mosquito clans arrived, representatives of various families and forces in the front lines of the Sky River sector, as well as representatives of various rogue cultivators, also arrived and entered the atmosphere of the Sky River planet from all directions. They landed on the tallest peak in the planet. Over there, Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenshuan had built a huge palace, and they were living extremely comfortably. Only Old Man Mosquito Emperor, Naples, Du Wenshuan, Mo Wen Tian, Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the others seemed to be sitting in the main seats. Seated on both sides and below were the high-level members of the major families, forces, and rogue cultivator organizations who had gathered in the Sky River sector to live in this place. Among them were the Xian Yuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi Technology. Old Man Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, and Bodhi Nun, the leader of Bodhi Technology, were all emperors now. Beside them were the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. These three girls were all Marquis Undyings now. Originally, Marquis Undyings weren't qualified to sit there. They had to be at least emperors. But the relationship between the three of them and Yi Xian was extraordinary. Everyone knew that and saw them as Yi Xian's companions. Therefore, not only were they qualified to sit there, but they also looked at them differently. They didn't look at them as if they were juniors. Over the years, everyone present had become familiar with each other. They didn't dare to say that they were like a family, but they were not that different. Yu Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were very familiar with Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Du Wenshuan, and the others. Therefore, there was naturally no need to be polite and avoid taboo topics in their conversation. That would make them seem distant. Here, after sitting down, the three girls looked around. When they saw that Yi Xian still hadn't appeared, their faces darkened. What? In fact, over the past few decades, every time they came out of seclusion, they would come to Old Man Mosquito Butcher and make trouble for him. They wanted to see Yi Xian, but they were all stopped. The reason was very simple. He was in seclusion and hadn't come out. Before they had seen this at least 17 or 18 times. If the three of them hadn't been in seclusion for the past few decades, they would have made a scene. However, this time, Yi Xian still didn't appear even though the Sky River Star region was in such a huge crisis. The anger in the hearts of the three girls was immediately released. Their faces darkened, and they all turned to Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenshuan. They didn't know what to do. Where's Yi Xian? Did he die in the cave residence? It's been several decades. He should have finished his seclusion, right? If we don't ask him to come out, I won't remember what he looks like. Old man, don't try to fool us this time. Either ask him to come out or take us to where he's secluded himself. Yes or no, this is an unusual situation. The crisis is imminent, and it must be solved. What's the use of him continuing his seclusion? It's only been several decades. Can he produce a supreme primordial master in seclusion? Humph, not to mention supreme primordial master. If he can produce a supreme primordial master in a few decades, I'll even wash his feet. Hearing this, the others looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they didn't say anything to stop them. Instead, they all looked at Old Man Mosquito Butcher and the other two. Obviously, they all had the same thought. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4716. Everyone's gazes converged on him, including the Devil Emperor Mo Wention, the imperial uncle of the Devil Cultivator, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiao, and the Mad Mosquito Emperor. In an instant, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenxuan felt an incomparably heavy pressure. They exchanged glances, and a helpless and bitter smile appeared on their faces. They knew that this time, they wouldn't be able to cover it up. Old Tu, what's going on? Wendian frowned. After all these years, he had become familiar with Mosquito Butcher. Although Mosquito Butcher was of the same generation as the Devil Emperor, Wendian still addressed him as such. At this moment, when he saw the expressions of the three people, he seemed to have realized something and immediately asked, "That's right, why don't we quickly call him out?" Human Emperor Uncle continued the conversation and rolled his eyes. "Even if he is weak, that kid has always been bullying the strong. Don't forget that he still has Shinnong treasured cauldron. If he can reach the level of a universe master with his treasured cauldron and the various great warriors, he might be able to survive this crisis. What's more, that kid always has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Even if he can't fight him head-on, he might have other ways." That's right. Our Nether Turtle clan's bloodline primordial ancestor, the Void Turtle, has not returned since he left. Although there are almighty beings among the slumbering ancestors in the clan, they are in deep slumber and cannot be awakened. The Nether Turtle Patriarch, Ming Jiao, nodded and continued. "Now, it would seem like we can only summon that kid to discuss this matter with him no matter what. He really does have many tricks up his sleeve, and will have a backbone with him around." Now that things had come to this point, they could only either hand over the person or hand over Yi Shen's place of seclusion. In truth, these 2 points were something that Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and Du Wenxuan were unable to accomplish. After exchanging glances again, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher turned to look outside. Du Wenxuan closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. He was clearly leaving the mess to Naples to clean up. His face was filled with grief and indignation as he glared fiercely at the 2 old men. After that, he faintly sighed and finally spoke the truth. "Cough, cough. Everyone. Since we've come to this point, there's no need for us to hide anything anymore." Coughing lightly, Naples suddenly let out a long sigh. "Star Master." He sigh. When they heard this, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru immediately stood up in shock. Their faces were filled with shock, anger, and speechlessness. "What? Yi Shen is dead? Impossible, Naples. How dare you use such words to deceive me? Do you believe that I won't pinch your—" "That's too fake. That guy is a scourge. No matter who dies, he won't die. Haven't you heard of scourges staying for 1,000 years? Buttles was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His face was full of anger. "When did I say he was dead? Didn't he just sigh? Why hasn't he started yet? Aren't you 3 girls too worried about him? You scared me." Only then did the 3 girls come to their senses. Their cheeks immediately flushed red as they glared at him fiercely. Then they quickly sat down and didn't make a sound. In fact, Star Master has already entered the void of this fragment of the primitive world long ago. He entered before any of us. This time, Naples sighed helplessly. He spread his hands and said, "Do you remember the situation when the big void crack appeared in the Shadow Devil Star area of the second universe? At that time, the space-time wormhole leading to the second universe was blocked by the races of the second universe at the exit. In fact, Star Master had already entered the second universe long ago. It can be said that the first batch of scouts from the races of the second universe entered almost at the same time as him. Now, the first batch of scouts who entered the second universe have either died long ago, or some wreckage of battleships can be seen in the void from time to time, or they have attached themselves to the Magic Hall, including the second batch of experts who entered the second universe. It seems that they have also attached themselves to the Magic Hall. But don't worry, everyone. With Star Master's temper, he naturally wouldn't do such a shameful thing. According to my guess, he is now either in seclusion somewhere in this void or using another identity to blend in with other forces. The Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance are the most likely. The Magic Hall can't be ruled out either. As for the other alliances established by the races and forces of the 3 main dimensions of the starry sky, that's basically impossible. For Star Master, there's no need to do that at all. It's meaningless. That's right. That's the logic. Seeing that Naples had finished the most difficult part, old ghost Mosquito Butcher, who had turned to look in the distance, retracted his gaze at this time and glanced at the high-level members of the various parties present, nodding. That kid has always liked to do this kind of thing. Everyone shouldn't have forgotten his criminal record, right? First, he pretended to be Prince Xian. Then, he ran to the demon tribe and pretended to be a demon. Later, he even became young Master Linghu. Then, there's that patriarch of the Yin demon tribe. He made their tribe leader, the Yin emperor, go crazy. Oh, right, there's also the primordial little demon ape in the source of all evil star field. Everyone, even those ferocious beasts in the starry sky, were fooled by him. The most infuriating thing is that this guy is obviously a human with flesh and blood, but he ran to the Tianji tribe to pretend to be their young clan leader and succeeded. In the end, he came up with the title of the 7 Great Evildoers. To put it bluntly, he did all kinds of immoral things. Now that he's in this void fragment of the chaos world, he came so early. We've been here for decades, but there's no news of him at all. With his temperament, this is absolutely illogical. So, according to my guess, after entering here, he should have resumed his old business and changed his identity. I wonder who he's harming now. Judging from his misdeeds in the past, the one who caused the most trouble would be the most suspicious, he said. At this point, old devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes. However, this void fragment of the chaos world is too vast. It's impossible to accurately lock onto a suspect. Who knows? The master of the magic hall might be him, who knows? Plop! Plop! Just as he finished speaking, there was a large number of plop sounds coming from all around. Previously, everyone present had already been stunned by the news that Yi Xian had actually escaped from the golden cicada's carapace and entered the void fragment of the great desolate world. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Now that they suddenly heard old devil Mosquito Butcher say that the master of the magic hall, who had beaten up the 4 powerful desolate supremacies, was most likely Yi Xian, this was too daring. They were really shocked. For a moment, they couldn't stand steadily and many people fell to the ground. This was really the rhythm of being shocked. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4717. Old Devil 2. And the one with the surname, you're really something. Nothing happened. Yes, yes, yes. You 3 old fogies are too evil. You tricked us sisters so much. After a moment of silence, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru finally came back to their senses. Immediately, they roared like lions from Hudong and were about to charge at the trio. The 3 old guys felt guilty and quickly shrank their necks. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Their faces were full of innocence. Good. In front of old man Shenyuan and old man Duanmu, Master Bodhi pulled the 3 girls back and glared at them. Only then did they not make a scene for the time being. But seeing how the 3 girls were glaring at Old Devil 2 and the others, they knew that this matter was not over yet. When the discussion was over, the 3 of them would definitely not be able to escape and would be taught a lesson. After the commotion, the hall fell silent again. What fellow Taoist 2 said makes sense. Soon, the demon emperor Mo went and spoke. He nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Yi is not a reckless person. Although he is wild, he has never suffered losses. Although he is definitely not the master of the magic hall, as fellow Taoist 2 said, he has most likely infiltrated a powerful force and is temporarily hibernating. Although we don't know what his purpose and plan is, there is one thing we can be sure of. That is, he must know about the current predicament of the Sky River sector. If it is really extremely dangerous, he will definitely show up or send a message. If he doesn't, it can only mean that he doesn't think it is necessary. In other words, this crisis is nothing to him at all. Or, he is sure that we can get through it safely. That's a bit mysterious. Speaking up to this point, Mo and Tian paused and looked around at the crowd. After that, he continued, But everyone, think about everything that happened to him in the past. Not to mention anything else, just the experience of tormenting the devil cultivators in the past. Even now, I am still deeply moved. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Fellow Taoist Yi is known as one of the 7 great evildoers. His way of doing things is naturally different from ours. It is normal that we don't understand. But remember one thing, we must trust him. Everyone nodded. Although Mo and Tian didn't say much, when everyone was reminded by him, they immediately remembered everything that had happened to Yi Xian. Whether it was him entering the devil domain by himself or him impersonating Prince Xian, he had fooled the entire immortal dynasty. Even the entire human clan and all the races of the 3 universes were crazy for him. All of this, who among the people present could do it? Since he was in the void of the fragment of the untainted land, he must have known about the crisis that the Milky Way star area was facing. Since he did not show up or send a message, it was okay for others not to know or understand what he meant. But as his own people, if they could not guess what he was thinking, it would be a little unreasonable. However, all of this was just a guess. However, just as the Demon Emperor Mo when Tian had said, based on Yi Xian's past, it was enough to make everyone present believe in this guess. This kind of belief was not because of their own expectations, but because of their confidence in Yi Xian. After whispering to each other, the venue fell into silence again. While, at this time, the Purplish Warbler, Duanwu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were the first to speak, although they were still angry. No matter what you think, I believe that guy is not dead, and he knows everything. Yes, at this moment, he is hiding somewhere and secretly laughing. Yes. Such a peerless disaster, everyone is dead, but he can't die. Needless to say, although the words of these 3 girls weren't pleasant to hear, their words were astonishingly accurate. They understood Yi Xian best. There was no need for the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian to express his opinion. He was the one who said those words just now. After exchanging a look with the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Mingjiu, the leader of the Dark Turtle clan, also expressed his opinion one after another. Although young friend Yi has not had much contact with our Dark Turtle clan, we have confidence in him in this matter. That guy and my prince are brothers, and he has taken my prince away. It seems too late to say that we don't believe him now. I also express my support. Hearing this, the leaders of the other big clans and rogue cultivators also expressed their support for the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian. In that case, there is nothing more to say. Let's go back and prepare for the battle. At this critical moment, the old devil mosquito butcher stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He snorted and said, "No matter what means that guy has to ensure that our Sky River sector will not be defeated. We can't be unprepared. The Human Federation? How dare you order us around like this? Who do you think you are? At most, we will fight." A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, some small human clan forces, small clans, and rogue cultivators scattered all over the void of this untainted world fragment gathered one after another and joined the Human Federation. But there was still no movement in the Sky River sector. In addition to the Sky River Army, the Victorious Return Army, the Dark Turtle Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Blood Mosquito Clan, which was unknown to the outside world, there were indeed many small human clan forces, small clans, and even small groups formed by rogue cultivators, but they did not leave during this month. Really, if they knew how to leave, they would not have come in the first place. For the Human Clan Alliance, this was a slap in the face. At least, it did not give them any face. Therefore, among the 11 ancients of the Human Clan Alliance, the Red Mighty, who belonged to the original headquarters of the Wanluo Federation and was not a human, but a powerful ferocious beast bloodline, had become enraged and roared as soon as the 1-month deadline passed. Under such circumstances, the crusade against the Sky River sector was unavoidable and imperative too did not show up. This was agreed upon at the beginning. Even if he showed up now, it was impossible to stop and persuade them. Just in the second day after the 1-month deadline, Red Mighty had already given the order. The Sunlan fleet, which belonged to the original headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, assembled a powerful army composed of 10 million strongholds and sailed out of the void space territory of the Human Federation. This army of 10 million strongholds was under the command of Red Mighty. However, the commander-in-chief of the army was the Overwatch Council of the original Wanluo Federation, Long Huai, who had the immortal royal bloodline. If, today, Long Huai was already a Universe Knight and the commander of the Blue Fleet. although he had only mobilized 10 million strongholds this time, since there was a powerful being in charge and the person he was going to attack was the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian, Long Huai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Hong! Hong! Long! Long! Amidst the earth-shaking rumbles, this huge army of strongholds sailed out of the void space territory controlled by the Human Federation and rushed toward the Sky River sector. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website M. Chapter 4718. Boom! Rumble. Amidst the earth-shattering rumbles, a huge army of fortresses sailed out of the void star field controlled by the Human Federation and headed for the Sky River Star Field. This army was composed of tens of millions of fortresses, large and small. The smallest battleship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. When these tens of millions of fortresses gathered together, they covered the sky and covered the earth, occupying a large area of the void star field. It was an eye-catching sight. Its momentum was extremely astonishing and could be said to be extremely powerful. Just now, after rushing out of the void star field controlled by the Human Federation, some scout battleships and ferocious beasts appeared in the void star field in the distance. Most of them were from the Starry Sky Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, and the Remnant People Alliance. Of course, there were also some from idle forces that had not joined the Starry Sky Alliance. As for the Sky River Star Field, they were ready to fight anyway. Moreover, there was basically no turning back this time. Therefore, Mosquito Butcher simply ordered all the scouts to withdraw. He was too lazy to bother with the rest. Even the Magic Hall of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun did not send any scouts. The Magic Hall had always been an overlord, so it was beneath them to send scouts to spy on the movements of other forces and organizations. Even if they wanted to collect information outside, they would do so openly. There was nothing to hide. The fleet moved westward at full speed. Tens of millions of fortresses, large and small, opened all the kinetic energy cabins. As the Blue Fleet continued to move forward, a large number of scout fleets, starships, and ferocious beasts could be seen in the distance on its left, right, and rear. They had been following the fleet and had not left. On the one hand, this battle was really exciting. On the other hand, the significance of this battle was really extraordinary. All the forces wanted to know the exact results as soon as possible, as well as the details of what had happened. After 5 days of interstellar travel, the powerful Blue Fleet finally arrived at the edge of the Sky River Star Field. At this time, there were only 25 days left before the time limit set by the Master of the Magic Hall. After this battle, Yi Xian, the Lord of the Sky River Star, and his army had to return to the Human Federation to reorganize and reorganize. Could be said that time was tight. Therefore, as soon as the fleet arrived and stopped at the edge of the Sky River sector in the form of a battle formation, Mighty Hong's figure flashed, and he immediately walked out of the control cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress where he was in command and came to the void of the universe outside. While furthermore, he had come out alone. As for the commander-in-chief of the Blue Fleet, Long Huai, he had remained in the flagship fortress and had not shown himself. Seeing the appearance of the Red Mighty, the scouts of the various forces on the left, right, and back of the void in the distance instantly gasped and continued to exclaim, "The mighty figures of the remote antiquity era? How was this possible? Isn't that a little too generous? I originally thought that the most powerful person in the Blue Fleet would at most be a universe supreme. I didn't expect him to be a powerful person from the primordial era. You should know that in the entire Human Federation, there are only a total of 11 powerful people from the primordial era in this fragment of the void of the Chaos Land. Just based on this point alone, it has already shown their attitude and determination. It seems that the Human Federation is determined to win this time. I'm afraid that Yi Xian, the Lord of the Sky River Star, is in danger. As a member of the human clan, he actually wanted to establish his own power. How could the higher-ups of the human clan sit by and do nothing about this? Although he wasn't the only one like this, who asked him to be the only one who was causing the most commotion right now? Unknowingly, he already has such a huge family business. Of course, it's enviable. It's a pity that although Yi Xian, the Lord of the Sky River Star, has established a large family business, there isn't a single powerful person from the primordial era in the Sky River Star sector. There isn't even a universe supreme. If the Abyss Turtle race and the Demon race don't wake up their ancestors this time, I'm afraid that Yixian will be wiped out. The Human Federation is indeed powerful. Although there isn't a Primordial Era Supreme, there are 11 powerful people from the Primordial Era, and there are many Primordial Era Supreme ancestors who are sleeping behind them. The other alliances don't want to provoke them easily. I'm afraid that even the Magic Hall is very afraid of them. Boom! 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 Along with these exclamations, an earth-shattering roar came from the Sky River Star sector in front of them at this moment. Everyone stopped talking and looked over with rapt attention. In the Sky River Star sector, huge armies were rumbling toward them. At the most in front of them was a powerful battleship army, led by a million-class star fortress, which had a diameter of 1 million meters and looked like a terrifying star. Behind the million-class star fortress were 50 million fortresses, big and small, spread out in the starry sky. In front of them, the million-class star fortresses in the front were the victorious Return Legion, while the 50 million fortresses behind them were the Sky River Legion. Compared to when they were in the third universe, they had already been reborn and transformed. While, behind these two huge battleships, there was an overwhelming army of Abyss Turtles. There were at least 10 million Abyss Turtles, and all of them had shown their bloodline true bodies. On the left was an army of battle trolls, all of which were blood-red spirit battle trolls. There were a total of 1 million of them. Over the years, the Demon race had been inspired by Yixian to give up their original Starry Sky battleships and develop their own battle trolls, forming an assembly line. The spirit battle trolls produced by the Demon race were all guarded by the Demon race and could be used to attack the Demon race's spirit battle trolls. Although their power was far inferior to that of the spirit battle trolls in Yixian's hands, they were more powerful than ordinary large fortresses. On the left was an army of blood mosquito beasts. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. The blood mosquito beasts had an amazing reproductive ability. After the Mad Mosquito Emperor took them and moved them to this void fragment of the untainted land, over the years, they could be said to have multiplied endlessly in the Sky River Star area. Behind the demon battle trolls and the blood mosquito beasts on the left and right sides, there were a large number of fortresses, big and small. Even the stellar-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long were here. There were so many of them that they extended to the deepest part of the Sky River Star area. These battleships belonged to the various forces of the human race and other races that had come to the Sky River Star area in recent years. From this scene, it could be seen that the Sky River Star area had basically turned out in full force this time. Anyway, when the nest was overturned, no egg would be left intact. They might as well go all out and fight to the death, of course. They were also looking forward to the appearance of the Sky River Star Lord, Yixian, or some kind of effective arrangement. Whoosh! Swish! 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 With this kind of expectation, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other higher-ups rushed out of the flagship at the same time and came to the front of their own camp side by side. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they looked at Mighty Hong, who was standing opposite them with his hands behind his back. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website M. Chapter 4719. A group of undying emperors? There was not even a single universe knight? Are you here to make fun of us? Seeing Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the others standing side by side in the void in front of the Heavenly River Camp, it was obvious that they were the highest level of the Heavenly River Camp's commander. The red-haired mighty figure was stunned for a moment before he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha! This is truly the funniest scene I have ever seen. At this moment, he even regretted leading the army himself. A group of undying emperors didn't match his status as a great being of the primordial era at all. As a great being, it was too degrading to face such a group of good-for-nothings. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the great beings on the left and right sides of the Sinlon fleet and the scouts from the other alliances and powers were shocked. After a brief moment of sluggishness, soft voices filled with puzzlement rang out like a tide. What's going on? The upper echelons of the Milky Way sector are just a group of undying emperors? This is too much of a joke. Where's the ancestor of the Dark Turtle race? Where's the ancestor of the Demon race? Why haven't they woken up the ancestor of their race? Do they really think a group of undying emperors can stop a great being of the primordial era? Not to mention the few of them, even if there were 10,000 times more of them, they still wouldn't be a match for him. There must be something wrong. Sky River sector can't be this simple. Do you see the overwhelming number of blood-red mosquito beasts on the right? Those are the fierce mosquito race. We only knew that there were dark turtles and demons in the Milky Way sector, but we didn't know about the fierce mosquito race. The existence of the mosquito race is enough to explain the problem. That's right. The difference in strength is too obvious. Although the Milky Way sector has an absolute advantage in terms of conventional battle power, it can't be compared with the Human Federation at all in terms of high-end battle power. They must know this. They know this, but they still put up such a battle formation. Judging from their momentum, these emperors aren't afraid at all in the face of a powerful being from the primordial era. They don't even have the slightest scruple. This is definitely the case. But they still put up such a battle formation. Yes, there's a problem. Huh? Where's the Milky Way sector master Yi Xian? Why didn't he appear? In the past few decades, Yi Xian had never appeared in the outside world. He had always been in seclusion in the Sky River domain. It was said that he was in seclusion, but now the Sky River domain was facing such a dangerous situation. It's impossible that he hasn't come out of seclusion yet, right? It is said that this man is extremely difficult to deal with. He is known as one of the 7 great evildoers in the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Could it be that the medicine in the Tianhe star region has something to do with him? But that's not right. Rumor has it that Yi Xian, the Milky Way star master, has a cultivation level of strength. He doesn't seem that strong, at most an emperor level undying. Even if he had some miraculous encounters and improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds, he would still only be a universe knight. A universe master is already the limit. I'm afraid he's still far from being able to contend with a great being from the primordial era. This whole thing is very strange, but one thing is for sure. The Milky Way galaxy's backer must have something to do with him. In fact, that was what the red-haired great being thought. Although he had never met Yi Xian, since he came from one of the 3 main planes of the starry sky, he had heard of Yi Xian's legendary battle achievements. This was also why he had always been unhappy with Yi Xian. This man was very narrow-minded and arrogant. In his opinion, the so-called 7 great evildoers in the starry sky was simply false praise. An ancient being at the level of a great being from the primordial era was so prejudiced against a well-known junior of the human race that he had never met before. It was obvious how narrow-minded he was. However, although he did not think much of Yi Xian, he could judge from the rumors that he had heard that this man had always been very cunning. Besides, the scene in front of him was too strange and illogical. Naturally, the red-haired great being could not help but feel suspicious. He was only suspicious. However, it was only suspicion. It was impossible to say that he was afraid of him at all. His only worry was that Yi Xian would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Therefore, at this moment, after thinking for a while, the red-haired great being's eyes instantly burst into a cold light. He sneered. "Where is your Milky Way star master Yi? Tell him to come out and kowtow to me. Could it be that he's scared out of his wits and has run away like a coward? It seems that I have to use some means to see if he has really escaped." Roar! At the end of his words, the red-haired great being raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time he roared, his body was like a balloon that was being blown up, rapidly expanding. He was not a human to begin with. His body had the bloodline of a ferocious beast, and it was extremely strong. He had long been atavistic. Now, this scene was the rhythm of activating his bloodline true body. This scene was really too shocking. A human elder's body expanded in the blink of an eye, turning into a terrifying ferocious beast that was more than 10 million feet in size. It was blood-red with a pair of thin, transparent wings on its back. However, it was not a ferocious beast, but an insect. This was clearly an extremely huge blood cicada. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a breath from beginning to end. The red-haired great being's bloodline true body had already appeared. A gigantic blood cicada that was more than 10 million feet long traversed the void, looking extremely ferocious. Moreover, as his bloodline true body appeared, the red-haired great being's cultivation strength was fully activated. A powerful aura unique to a stage 2 great being spread out from his body, and even the void trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, old demon Mosquito Butcher, Demon King Mo and Tion, the demon uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Milky Way sector turned their heads and exchanged a look. A trace of panic flashed in the depths of their eyes. Right now, they were completely bluffing. Although they had expectations in their hearts, they were not very confident, not more than 60%. However, although they were anxious, they did not show it on their faces. Instead, they all sighed and used their divine senses to persuade him. "Old man, I advise you to leave. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late. Although you are only a stage 2 great being, it is not easy to cultivate. It is not worth it to die here like this. Sigh. If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer a loss in front of you." Roar! The red-haired great being was furious. A violent divine sense voice came from the mouth of the blood cicada. "You still dare to do this when death is at hand. Today I will crush all of you like ants. Let's see if that kid surnamed Yi will come out." Hiss! Boom! Bang! Just as he roared and was about to attack, an extremely clear sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the void above the blood cicada's head. A crack appeared in the void as a finger that looked like a heavenly pillar reached out. It was furry and looked like it was crushing an ant. With a single finger, it struck the blood cicada's back explosion. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and the huge blood cicada's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was actually destroyed by a finger. If you want to talk about the super-devouring system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidant. Chapter 47:20. Boom! Bang! High up in the sky, a crack appeared in the void. A finger that looked like a heavenly pillar reached out. It was furry and looked like it was crushing an ant. With a single finger, it struck the blood cicada's back explosion. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion, and the huge blood cicada's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It had been crushed by a finger. This was really what he had just said. Crushing an ant. The difference was that he did not crush others like ants, but he himself was crushed into a mist of blood by a hairy finger. This scene happened too suddenly. Not to mention the scouts of the various alliances and forces in the void, even old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others who were standing at the forefront of the Sky River camp, who were only 200 million kilometers away, were caught off guard. They could not react at all. Everyone subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this scene. The expressions on their faces were extremely dull, as if they had just been struck by lightning. An extremely powerful second-stage mighty figure was gone just like that. Not only was he killed in an instant, but he was also crushed by a finger? Good heavens! What kind of existence was the owner of this hairy finger? Mosquito Butcher and the others had originally hoped that Yi Xian would appear, but at this moment, although the situation was indeed developing in the direction they had hoped for, and even better, but in their hearts, none of them believed that this was Yi Xian's doing. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to grow to the point where he could kill a second-stage mighty figure with a finger in just a few decades, right? This was definitely a supreme, primordial-level existence. If someone told old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the others that Yi Xian's battle strength had indeed reached the supreme primordial level, the only result would be a scolding. Countless experts in the entire Sky River sector, including the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, absolutely did not believe it. However, although the person who had attacked could not be Yi Xian, he must be related to him in some way. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? The Sky River sector had just faced a life-and-death crisis, and suddenly, an extremely powerful supreme primordial happened to be kind and saved them. Even the worst melodrama in history could not make up such a plot. Rumble. Just as everyone was in a state of extreme shock, an earth-shattering roar came from high up in the void again. The hairy finger that was like a giant pillar holding up the sky retracted into the void crack, but then a figure rushed out of the crack. The figure was only about 3 feet tall. It was obviously a ferocious ape. Such an appearance was too iconic. Everyone in this fragment of the void knew who it was. Who else could it be other than the mysterious master of the magic hall? Since it was him, it was completely understandable that he had killed the level 2 supreme primordial blood cicada with 1 finger. For the master of the magic hall, this was not a problem at all. It was indeed like killing an ant. Whoosh! At this moment, as the figure appeared, the ferocious ape immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force extended out. In the blink of an eye, it rolled up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the supreme primordial blood cicada's body and absorbed it into its body. Yi Xian already had 10 supreme primordial blood essences, and with this one, he had 11. If there were no accidents, he would be able to produce 1 more when refining the level 29 supreme primordial elixir. Of course, he would not waste it. This time, he had to come no matter what. He could not just stand by and watch the people of the Sky River sector suffer. But in fact, even he did not expect that the Human Federation would actually send a powerful level 2 supreme primordial blood cultivator. And it happened to be a ferocious beast. Now that he had obtained a supreme primordial blood essence because of this, it was an unexpected bonus. However, he didn't want to reveal his identity at the moment. Therefore, he had to give a reasonable reason for this attack. Otherwise, the people in the Sky River Starfield would be able to guess his identity, not to mention the outside world. Whether it was the old devil mosquito butcher, the demon royal uncle, or the mad mosquito emperor, they were not so easy to fool. Moreover, now that the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were in the Sky River sector with their mischievous nature, as long as Yi Xian gave a slightly flawed reason, it would be seen through. However, regarding this, Yi Xian was obviously prepared and was not worried. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, he rolled up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the supreme primordial blood cicada's body. After absorbing it into his body, the eyes of the ferocious ape, which was only a few feet long, flashed, and he turned to look at the experts in the void. He scratched his nose and said with a lazy expression, "I was just passing by, but that old bastard in the void said that he had a nest of bastards in the Sky River sector, and it seems that they are about to suffer. Although that old bastard in the void is not loyal, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Now that this crisis has been resolved, it's time for me to leave. You all, take care of yourselves." With that, the ferocious ape did not look at the huge army in the void at the edge of the Sky River sector. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in an instant and was no longer seen. It was only at this moment that the great beings in the void finally regained their senses. In front of them, the dark blue fleet formed by tens of millions of strongholds, big and small, was deathly silent. The commanders of all levels, including Long Huai, who had the cultivation level of a universe knight, were all in great fear at this moment. For a moment, they could not even make a sound. Everyone's bodies were trembling uncontrollably. In the Sky River sector, which was more than 200 million miles away in the void, there was also a deathly silence. The upper echelons of the Sky River sector, including Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Demon Emperor Mo Wention, Demon Uncle Mo Ren, Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingjiu, and Mad Mosquito Emperor, all turned their heads and exchanged glances. With one look, all of them fell into deep thought. They were analyzing the words of the master of the magic hall before he left, trying to find some clues. This was extremely important because, according to his words, the master of the magic hall had acted because of the request of the void giant turtle, the bloodline ancestor of the Dark Turtle Clan. Then, what about Yi Xian? Such a shocking crisis had occurred in the Sky River sector, so how could Yi Xian not have any reaction at all? Could it be that he was not in the void at all? Could it be that he was not in the void at all? Or could it be that something had really happened? Thinking of this possibility, Old Demon Mosquito Butcher and the other upper echelons of the Sky River sector felt their hearts sink to the bottom of a valley, and their faces were extremely gloomy. It was also at this moment that, in the void in the distance in front of them, the great beings from the various alliances and powers, who were watching the battle from afar, finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all cried out involuntarily. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life, find confidant. Chapter 47:21. After Bao Yuan left, the great beings from the various alliances and powers who were watching the battle from afar finally came back to their senses. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed, "What? A powerful being from the primordial era of the Human Federation was killed with one finger? His flesh and blood are gone, and his body and soul are destroyed. What a horrible death. It just confirms what he said before. The master of the magic hall must have done it on purpose. This is a slap in the face. Old tortoise of the void space? It must be that legendary void tortoise. It's said to be in existence at the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm, second only to the heavenly Tao realm. I never expected it to have a relationship with the demon hall master. The dark tortoise clan's backer sure is terrifying. More importantly, since the void tortoise was able to ask the demon hall master to save them and entrust the lives of its tortoise descendants to him, it means that their relationship is not ordinary. Just based on this point, the Sky River Star Zone has gained another backer. The Dark Tortoise race plays a role in this. From now on, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun can be regarded as Yi Shen's backer. The master of the Magic Hall has a legendary void space tortoise behind him. That being was at the top of the pyramid, even in the early days of the primordial era. Once this news spreads, Bloody Unicorn and 9 Remoteness Demon will be worried. Crocodile won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. That's all for later. What I'm most concerned about now is how to deal with the Senlon fleet. Although they have tens of millions of strongholds, compared to the terrifying camp in Milky Way sector, they're clearly not enough to withstand a round of attacks. The strength of Milky Way sector is indeed shocking. Since there's a second stage great being involved, there must be a Universe Supreme or Universe Master in the Senlon fleet, right? Even if it's just a Universe Knight, those emperors in Milky Way sector are no match for him. Even a second stage great being was killed with one finger. Even if there's a Universe Knight in the Senlon fleet, would he dare to attack? What if the master of the Magic Hall comes back? The other party had just made a show of strength, and you immediately bullied the weak. He's clearly not giving us any face. Rumble. The waves of exclamations hadn't yet died down when an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the Sky River camp. This explosion could be clearly heard within a radius of 1 billion miles. The scale of the Sky River camp's regular battle force was too terrifying. At the very front, there was a powerful fleet of battleships, led by 1 million superstar fortresses which were 1 million meters in diameter. They were as big as the stars in the sky. Behind it were 50 million fortresses of various sizes, covering the entire starry sky. Behind the two fleets was an army of abyssal turtles. There were at least 10 million abyssal turtles, and all of them had revealed their bloodline true forms. On the left, there was an army of blood-red spiritual warships. There were a total of 1 million of them. On the right, there was an army of blood mosquito beasts. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. The blood mosquito beasts had amazing reproductive abilities, and after Mad Mosquito Emperor had brought them all to this fragment of the universe. Behind the army of blood mosquito beasts and the demon soldiers on both sides, there were a large number of fortresses of various sizes. There were even star-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long. There were so many of them that they stretched as far as the eye could see. In the deepest part of the universe, the rumbling of thunder was caused by the charging of countless battleships and cannons in the army. Countless battleships and fortresses of various sizes were charging at the same time, and they were obviously going to launch a volley of attacks. With such a huge army of battleships, the entire Senlon fleet in the distant void space would undoubtedly be completely annihilated, however. Although the rumbling of the charging of the battleships and cannons was still ringing, the real volley of attacks didn't arrive immediately. At this time, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, who was standing side by side with the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Milky Way Star Zone, turned his head and exchanged a look with the others. His voice had spread out and covered a large area of the void space. Could be heard clearly within hundreds of millions of miles. Listen to the enemy's battleships in front. I'll give you 3 incense sticks of time. All the people in the battleships are to abandon their weapons and surrender, walk out of the battleships, and line up in the void space outside the battleships to wait for the reception. If more than half of the battleships don't move in 3 incense sticks of time, the Milky Way star zone will launch a volley of attacks immediately. Kill all the prisoners, not a single one. As for those who are trying to hide in the battleships and wait for an opportunity to escape, after the battleships receive them, once they are found, kill them on the spot. Now, the time starts. Swish. As soon as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher finished speaking, a sharp sound suddenly came from the middle section of the Senlon fleet in front of them. Turning around, they saw a flash of light rushing out of one of the strongholds. Without any hesitation or pause, it shot toward the void space of the Milky Way in the distance. Although he was so fast that they couldn't see his appearance, it was obvious that he was running for his life, so the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The aura of cultivation that emanated from him was clearly that of a third-stage universe knight. In the entire Senlon fleet, other than the second-stage great being who had already fallen, the most powerful being was the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai. He was the only universe knight in the entire Senlon fleet. Universe knight. So, besides Long Huai, it was impossible for this fleeing figure to be anyone else. Others didn't know this, but all the great beings and commanders of the Senlon fleet were well aware of it. They had been wavering and struggling with themselves. Now that they saw that even the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai, who was a universe knight, had run away, the morale of this gigantic stronghold fleet had completely collapsed in an instant. Hong, long, long, show. After only a few breaths, an earth-shattering roar came from within the Senlon fleet. This was the movement caused by a large number of cabin doors opening and gathering together. Other than that, there was a large amount of air-breaking sounds. Those who were stronger, those who were above the sector lord level, didn't even need to walk out of the cabin doors. They teleported themselves out of the battleships directly. Slowly, in the void space beside the various strongholds, more and more great beings from the Senlon fleet gathered. Looking around, basically all the strongholds had made the decision to surrender. This scene was rapidly spreading. As the saying went, a defeated army was like a landslide. As the morale of the army collapsed, the Senlon fleet no longer had any hope this time. Other than the second-stage great being who had fallen and the supreme commander of the fleet, Long Huai, who had escaped at the first moment, all the great beings of the fleet and a total of 10 million strongholds, large and small, would be captured and become the spoils of war of the Sky River camp. If you want to talk about the super swallowing system with more like-minded people, follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talk about life. Find confidant. Chapter 47-22. Howl. Howl. An earth-shattering roar and vicious howl rang out, causing the surrounding space to slightly tremble a few times. The roars and howls came from the Sky River Army, which was located at the edge of the Sky River Star Sector. All the roars and howls were filled with endless joy and excitement. For the countless great beings from the Sky River camp, this battle was over before it even started. Originally, when they had gathered into an army and rushed out of the Sky River Star Sector under the orders of the higher-ups, although they had been looking forward to it, more or less, they had all felt a sense of tragedy. At that time, they did not even know whether they would come back one day after they had gathered into an army and rushed out of the Sky River Star Sector into the void space of the universe outside the Star Sector. However, what happened next was so bizarre that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Yi Xian, the Sky River Star Master, did not show up, the mysterious master of the Magic Hall, who had recently shocked the entire void space of the fragment of the universe, suddenly showed up unexpectedly. With just one finger, he killed the insufferably arrogant second-stage great being of the Human Federation on the spot, as if he was an ant. Immediately after that, the supreme commander of the Human Federation's army, a powerful universe knight, turned around and fled without uttering a single word. His panicked expression made everyone present unable to see what he looked like. They did not even know if he was a human or a ferocious beast. It was this move that caused the morale of the Human Federation's army to collapse. Old Man Mosquito Butcher, one of the commanders of the Human Federation camp, had only released his godly consciousness and shouted a sentence in the void space, and in an instant all the great beings in the army of the Human Federation had turned against him. All the great beings of the Human Federation had given up on resisting. At that moment, in the void space of the universe 200 million miles ahead of them, the entire army of 10 million great beings was densely surrounded by humans and ferocious beasts who had transformed into human forms. They had completely given up on struggling. With dejected expressions, they were waiting for the troops from the Sky River camp to come forward and take them in as captives. It was to the extent that on the faces of many people, besides dejection, there was also a thick sense of unwillingness and sorrow. How could they not be sorrowful? In this battle, they had not fired a single cannon. Before they could react, they had been completely fired by the highest commander of their camp. He gave up. Rumble. Amidst the endless roars and howls of joy, an earth-shattering boom rang out. From the Sky River camp's army, stronghold squads escorted superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, flying forward. There were thousands of such teams. Their mission was to take in all the countless enemy captives in the void ahead. As for the 10 million empty fortresses, large and small, left in the void ahead, other troops would naturally take them over and drive them back to the Sky River sector to become spoils of war. All of this would be done by their subordinates. The higher-ups of the various powers in the Sky River sector were not in the mood to pay attention to these minor details at the moment. Their hearts were heavy, and they had too many questions at the same time. In the void space far away from the battlefield, the scout troops from the various alliances and powers began to evacuate one after another. The battle had come to an end. The Human Federation had suffered a crushing defeat. The Sky River camp had killed a powerful second-stage supreme being of the enemy without losing a single soldier. The supreme commander of the fleet, a powerful universe knight, did not even dare to show his face. He fled. In addition, there were also tens of millions of fortresses, large and small, and countless great beings of the human race and the former headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. All in all, this was a great victory, a jaw-dropping one that was simply beyond everyone's expectations. More importantly, this battle could be considered to have completely exposed the true strength of the Sky River camp. The giant void tortoise, who originally only existed in ancient legends and was much more powerful than the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 remoteness demon crocodile, had actually survived from the primitive era to the present. Moreover, the dark tortoise race in the Sky River sector was actually his descendants. Although the void tortoise wasn't in the Milky Way galaxy, he had a good relationship with the master of the Demon Palace, the violent ape of the starry sky, and had asked him to take care of the void tortoise's descendants in the Milky Way galaxy. This news was too shocking, and it revealed too many secrets. It was related to the Sky River sector and the master of the Magic Hall, which was of great importance. Regarding all of this, the higher-ups of the scout troops from the various alliances and powers did not dare to delay the slightest bit. At this moment, they hurriedly evacuated to disperse the news. The news would be transmitted back to the clans behind them, and the higher-ups of the clans would make a decision. With their departure, the vast universe void outside the Sky River sector was finally completely peaceful. As far as the eye could see, there were no outsiders in the void, and all of them were busy experts from the Sky River camp, as well as the dejected prisoners of war who were being received by them. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Demon King Mo Wentian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Mingjio, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other higher-ups of small idle forces and families. In the blink of an eye, they withdrew from the front line and retreated to the Sky River planet where Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was stationed. The group of higher-ups had just sat down when a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters came from outside the planet. It directly broke through the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, and with a loud rumble, it stopped in the void on the side of the giant peak where the venue was located. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenshuan, Demon King Mo Wentian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Mingjio, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River sector looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. But there was nothing they could do. They didn't need to think at all to know who had come at this time. Who else would dare to be so presumptuous and run amok on the Sky River planet where Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was stationed? except for the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmuxiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Sure enough, as soon as the cabin door of the fortress opened, the three girls rushed out of the cabin with cold expressions. They landed in the hall where the summit was. They didn't even sit down and directly charged toward Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, Mingjiu. Before they even arrived, the questioning voices that sounded like they were about to launch an attack had already come crashing down on them. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, are you saying that Yi Xian will definitely come? Where is he? Humph, we are already like this, but he is still acting as if nothing has happened. What do you mean by this? And you, Old Man Ming, the master of the magic hall, said that the old bastard in the void was your ancestor. Was he invited by Yi Xian? You have to give us an explanation for this. Yes or no, don't try to fool us this time. I am going crazy. If you want to talk about the super devouring system with more like-minded people, you can follow excellent reading literature on WeChat. Talking about life. Looking for confidence. Chapter 47-23. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenshuan, the Demon King Mo Wentian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River sector looked at each other. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, Mingjiu said in a muffled voice, although little friend Yi hasn't shown up, the bloodline ancestor of our Dark Turtle tribe has entrusted the master of the Magic Hall to help. We can't rule out the possibility that he's behind this. After all, the ancestor of the Giant Turtle tribe was severely injured in the great battle that caused chaos in the Untainted Land and was trapped in a dangerous place. The reason he was able to return to the ancestral land of the Dark Turtle tribe in the second universe was because little friend Yi helped him. So that's what happened. It seems that this matter is most likely related to little friend Yi. In that case, we don't have to worry too much about him. Little friend Yi is not a reckless person. Even in this fragment of the Untainted Land, he should be able to move like a fish in water. As for little friend Ye's whereabouts, it's almost time for the master of the Magic Hall to summon the higher-ups of the various forces. Our Sky River sector owes him a favor this time, so we should naturally go and thank him. Take this opportunity to ask the master of the Magic Hall about the whereabouts of the ancestor of the Dark Turtle tribe. It shouldn't be too difficult to follow this lead to find out where little friend Lin is. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector all looked enlightened and nodded one after another. On the side, Purplish Warbler, Duanmuxiaocha, and Zhao Qianru heard this, and the indignant look on their faces eased slightly. They had been so dissatisfied just now because they thought that Yi Xian didn't care about the Sky River sector at all. Now that they heard that the patriarch of the Dark Turtle clan, the Void Beast Turtle, was related to Yi Xian, and that it was extremely likely that he was behind the appearance of the Void Beast Turtle. At the very least, this was one of the reasons why the Void Beast Turtle had appeared. Only then did the three girls feel much more at ease. Furthermore, they would be able to find out about Yi Xian's whereabouts through the master of the Magic Hall when they were heading to the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. So they naturally didn't feel dissatisfied anymore. After pursing their lips, they simply expressed that they would be allowed to tag along when the time came. On the other side, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Du Wenshuan, the Devil King Mo Wentian, the Imperial Uncle of the Demon Dweller, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other high-level leaders of the various forces in the Sky River sector immediately discussed the matter of setting off for the Rising Sun Forbidden Land soon. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already returned to the Magic Hall in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. Swish! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian turned into a ray of light and passed through the atmosphere of the cavern star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the Magic Hall. With a flip of his hand, a crimson bead appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it exuded a terrifying aura. This was clearly the aura of a primordial supreme being. This was a blood essence, a mighty figure's blood essence. It was refined from the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the blood cicada's physical body that he had just killed. After Yi Xian ended that battle, he immediately turned around and returned. Along the way, he had already completed the refinement of this blood essence. At this point, he had already accumulated a total of 11 almighty blood essences that were used to refine the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. With Yi Xian's current attainments in the Tao of Alchemy, according to his calculations, he would be able to refine 7 to 8 desolate supreme pellets. Previously, he only had 10 almighty blood essences in his hands. The number of desolate supreme treasure pills that he could refine was only 6 to 7. The reason why he had not started refining was because he was not satisfied with this number. After all, this was a desolate supreme treasure pill. It required almighty blood essences as the main raw material to refine it. Once the furnace was opened, at least 5 almighty blood essences would be needed. With every almighty blood essence, he could basically refine 1 more desolate supreme treasure pill. In other words, there were 4 almighty blood essences that were used as a foundation. If it was not urgent, he would not want to refine it too early. The more almighty blood essences he had, the more cost-effective it would be. Although he had obtained another almighty blood essence, the number of desolate supreme treasure pills that could be refined did not change much. It had only increased by 1. This was still far from Yi Xian's expectations. The bottom line in his heart was to refine 10 desolate supreme treasure pills. Forget it, it's only 7 or 8. In the end, it's still a bit too little. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian finally shook his head. A wry smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, there are still 6 small stages of breakthrough before the desolate supreme treasure stage 9 perfection. It's not like there's no time. I'll go back and collect some almighty blood essences. At least 14 of them, then I'll think about it. After saying that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and stopped thinking about it for the time being. At this moment, a familiar throbbing came from within his body. It was the movement of the Yanluo. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a wave of his hand, he directly took out the Yanluo. Swish! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Bao Luo whistled out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yi Xian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. The moment Bao Luo was taken out, corpse ancestor Ho Qing's voice sounded. A voice came out, revealing a strong sense of joy. Master, the sisters have finished their seclusion. This time, the harvest is not small. The sisters have finally recovered to the peak of their previous lives. The pinnacle of their previous lives? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he stood up in shock. In an instant, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Previously, when they entered this deep slumber, the strength of the 7 beauties had already returned to the level of half supreme, which was equivalent to the level of a universe master at the 9th stage. Just one more step, and they would be able to enter the true level of universe supreme. However, before they entered this deep slumber, the cultivation resources that Yi Xian provided them were no longer the 9-colored godly medicine. Instead, it was the chaos medicine, which was obviously much more effective than the 9-colored godly medicine. Could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. At that time, Yi Xian was certain that after this deep slumber, the 7 girls would definitely enter the level of Universe Supreme. However, Yi Xian was not very sure if they would be able to return to the pinnacle of their previous lives in one fell swoop. He did not expect the final result to be so shocking. It was simply an unexpected surprise. Not only did the 7 girls end this deep slumber in a short period of time, but they also made breakthroughs in their cultivation and entered the pinnacle of their previous lives, which was the pinnacle of their previous lives. Based on this speed and momentum of development, after being reborn in this life, the current level of the powerful primordial was definitely far from their final destination. If there were no accidents, the 7 girls' own cultivation and strength would definitely break through to the level of supreme primordial in the future. However, from the level of supreme primordial to the level of supreme primordial, it was not a recovery of cultivation. It was a normal breakthrough. After all, the pinnacle of their previous lives was only the level of supreme primordial.